Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
And welcome to Justice Serve TV. I'm Michael Bryant. Linda Kenney Baden is on assignment. Actually, she'll be joining later. Don't you worry about that. So we're doing a little flip-flop today because I'm hitting the road this afternoon. So she'll be in the afternoon. I'm obviously here in the morning. Everything is good. I hope everybody had a great weekend, great Memorial Day, had a barbecue, had some family fun, and of course, remember the reason for the holiday. Very important as we, especially, when you do this true crime thing, freedoms are kind of important. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, all of those things that have been fought for by others who paid the ultimate price. So appreciate that as we come out of that very important weekend. Now the official start to summer, I suppose. I don't know where you are, but summer has been difficult here in the Northeast. I think we, of course, yesterday was decent, but the standard was very low. So we saw a little sun. I think it might have gotten up to 65. Okay, but if that's all I'm whining about, things must be going pretty well, right? So let's recap because it's been 5 days since we've had any court of any kind. I was up in Dedham last time when they wrapped for the week, and we're going to talk about stuff like the Person of the Year, according to the Bar Association there in Norfolk County. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to do a little primer on Judson Welcher. He is the witness, not just of the day, really, but could be of the trial. He is the last prosecution witness. That's what we're hearing anyway, not counting rebuttal witnesses. Remember how this is going to play out. Slightly different than a lot of trials, where you'll have the massive case in chief of the prosecution could be 80%, 90% of what they believe will help them get to, beyond a reasonable doubt and guilt. And then you have the defense case, which varies dramatically. And then you might have a small rebuttal case. Okay. You might have no rebuttal case. I would say more often than not, you have zero or almost zero in a rebuttal case. Not here, not in this deal, because we have, a defense that raises so many questions. The prosecution needs a rebuttal case. And that's where we're going to hear from a lot of the different witnesses that were the battle in the pretrial hearings, some of the motions in limine. The defense is going to have Dr. Marie Russell, so they're going to have somebody to rebut that. Anyway, so the rebuttal case, I'm guessing, could take a week or more. Defense case is supposed to take a max of 2 weeks. So if we have this last witness today, and by the prosecution, again, in their case in chief, and they rest at some point, maybe tomorrow, because I do believe Dr. Welcher, I'm sorry, I just made him a doctor. Everybody in the prosecution's case is a doctor. Welcher's going to take a while. I don't know that he'll get done today, but even if he does, then we're going to have the brakes are going to be applied because there's be a lot of motions once the prosecution technically rests. There will be motions for direct verdict on various causes of action on the entire case, and that's going to take some time. So I'm assuming by the end of this week, we're into the defense case. Worst case scenario, remember Thursday's a partial day. We've already lost Monday. So, even though we're ahead of schedule, everybody, I don't know if we'll get to the defense case this week. We should. So we'll see what happens with that. I had a couple of things I want to hit before we get into our primer on Judge Welcher. And it's Judd 1D, please. I've got a good friend who's Judd, and it's Judd, but not so Welcher. He's a JU. He's a JUD. I did a poll. Let me see if I haven't looked at it since I put it up yesterday, or the day before. And it was a poll to ask about Mr. Burgess, who, let's just say he made an impression. All right, let's say he made an impression. Now, remember, and we talked to Stephen. I always mispronounce his name. Is it Pold? Our own accident reconstructionist, our crash daddy, as Linda Kenney Baden would say, and he's buddies with Welcher. So our goal is to try and get Stephen back on after Welcher testifies because I'm not so sure Stephen was aware of the pile of crap that Burgess left Welcher in. Remember, Welcher's now the star of the show. He's got to resurrect everything that Burgess screwed up. I don't know that that's even possible, right? So let me go to check the numbers on this poll. Again, a poll related to Mr. Burgess and what the impact might be. Because we're hearing, from all sides about what the jury may think, what they don't think, how important his testimony is, what the impact of his, resume building, I'll call it, is lying on his resume, is lying in a federal court document regarding that resume. Do you care? Does the jury care? I think they should, but that's just me. So here was the let me refresh. Let me refresh. Okay, I'm refreshing. Okay, so here was the question. What impact, if any, does expert Shannon 1N Burgess lying on his resume and related court documents? Remember, there's a federal court case that we covered pretty extensively, including talking to the attorney for the plaintiff in that case. What did it have on your belief in his testimony? Okay, first option, no impact. I'm evaluating his testimony independently. Number 2, minor impact, but I am more critical of his testimony. 3, major impact. There's very little I believe as a result. And critical impact, I believe nothing Burgess said. Okay, so here are the numbers on that. Let's start from the bottom. Critical impact, I believe nothing he said, 55%. Okay, major impact, 35%. Minor impact, 8%. And no impact, 2%. Okay, so you think, well, 2%. Well, that's possibly enough to hang up a jury. If you have 1 out of 12 that's like, look, this guy said this, and I know he lied about his resume, but I'm sorry, I believe these other things he said. I believe his timeline. I believe all of those things that suggest Karen Reed was at the wheel when John O'Keefe went down. And believe me, that's, to me, it's a quantum leap. But you can't ignore that that's a possibility. If you do, you're looking for trouble. That's the kind of stuff that gets attorneys in trouble when they start thinking they got it nailed. There are no slam dunks. You've heard that phrase. There are no slam dunks. All right. So shall we meet? Let's meet. Let me get a couple of things here figured out. Let's meet Judd Welcher. Does anybody have the dating game theme handy? I would play it, but I think we did end up getting a copyright strike. Oh! There's the man of the hour. And I don't know what that song was, but it had sort of a flavor. Good job, Diz. By the way, thanks to Sandra Martin for the donation. We appreciate that. That was through PayPal. And you can do these things, as you know, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, unmarked singles sent to my address, whatever you want to do. We totally appreciate the support. So here's Judd Welcher. Let's look at his, I hesitate to call it a CV because that has a weird connotation these days. The guy's a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist. He's only been with Aperture for a couple of years. And as we know from our conversation with Stephen, he was with a small firm and they kind of folded into, Aperture has been gobbling up some of these lesser sized companies. But he's been doing it for 28 years. Trauma causation and prevention is one of his specialties. Human tolerance. I don't know, it sounds more like something a shrink would handle, but anyway. Restraint design, so seatbelts, airbags, that kind of stuff, not an issue in this case. Instrument testing with humans and anthropomorphic test devices. Okay, I don't know what those are, but they sound impressive. Accident reconstruction and amusement park ride tolerances. Well, that's interesting because this case has been a roller coaster. So maybe he'll use some of that. Judson has consulted on thousands of civil and criminal cases, testified in more than 200 cases. So a little better than Burgess. What did he have? 5 or 3 or 4 or 5? Let's see. He's been accredited through the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists, better known as ACTAR, ACTAR. That's happened in 1995. And during that time, he performed and analyzed more than 1,000 staged instrument human volunteer crash tests Anyone want to volunteer to be in a car crash? Anyone? Raise your hand. Anyone? We got a spot for you. Injury causation, human tolerance, automotive seat design, head restraint design, and accident reconstruction. You taught classes in the area of reconstruction and biomechanical engineering at Texas A&M. Go Aggies. I worked with the Collision Safety Institute. And then let's get to the TV. Judson has been invited to speak to audiences of engineers, accident reconstructionists, law enforcement personnel, physicians, and attorneys at various conferences and seminars. Notably, many aspects of his research have been featured on shows like 60 Minutes, Nightline, Discovery Channel, and various news channels across the country. I did some research, trying to find just anything on this guy, just anything, commentary, interviews. I wasn't able to find anything. I even started looking for 60 Minutes and putting his name in the search, and nothing comes up. So he has not been, at least from my research, front and center in terms of a public persona for what he does and for whom he does it. But that, in a nutshell, is who we will hear from. And I'm sure you'll hear most of those things when he is laying his foundation to his expertise when he is called today by Hank Brennan. Mr. Brennan? Yes, we like to call Judson Welcher. Judson Welcher, please. So that will be the first and likely only witness for the prosecution today on their case in chief, right? Okay, so one other thing I want to talk about before we get into this. Oh, the fan is already humming. Everybody's ready to go. Everybody has there been some withdrawal? Anybody have any withdrawal? Over the weekend, we posted a few things. I did a little look back at some of the interesting taillight stories that we've looked at. How do you bash this taillight? You may notice, if you haven't seen it, go back and take a look at it. It's still got gook on it. You see the taillight now has, I don't know if you can see that or not. It's got some dirt stuff in there now because I strapped it on the back of the car. Drove around for 20. I actually kind of forgot that it was on there dangling. And, just got a couple of shekels of dirt and stuff in there. Joey, thanks, sir. Appreciate that. One Justice Serve TV membership gifted. Appreciate that. So I want to just let this, it had been very rainy, as I've already complained about. I'll rewind about that. And so the roads are, kicking up dirt and, just normal road stuff. Not nearly like you would in a blizzard, not nearly like you would with a salted road surface. But I still wanted to see what, if anything, pops up. Somebody's mentioned in the comments that, well, the snow packed it in. Okay, so this breaks, then the snow packs it in. It's not a bad theory. It's not a bad argument. But in the absence of some evidence of that, somebody telling me how that happened, I'm left to just guess. And I think the common sense guess would be that if you are driving with an exposed, taillight, don't ever drive exposed. That's my advice. But if you're driving with an exposed tail like this, I think most people would think that junk is going to get kicked up from the road and get on here. So if you can see, there's some dirt and things in there. And that's what I found. There's really some, there you go. There's a good shot. So you can see a little bit of dirt and stuff in there. So the fact that the subject tail light is pristine after traveling from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows and then back. Remember, this assumes that this thing was all shattered at or about 12:32 that early morning. Then it drives back and forth twice. It's driving around, neighborhoods. It's then driving to Dighton and then thrown on the tow truck flatbed, driven back to Canton PD. So I did my little experiment. That's what I found. That is worth absolutely zero, but interesting. So I did a little compilation of that, and we talked about the broken glass, how it magically stayed on the bumper. So check that out when you get a chance. Just a little quick 5-6 minute kind of rehash that I threw together over the weekend as I was thinking back over this case. Did you have some withdrawal? Was there something you really, they really did pull the plug early? And we think in part it was because we're not, nobody's 100% sure, but it certainly feels like there was one particular reason that Judge Beverly Cannoni, that she wanted to get out of there early and maybe take a little bit of a break, and I don't think it was witness related. How about that? How about your person of the year? Yeah, person of the year. So here, this is the Bar Association of Norfolk County. They had their annual dinner on Wednesday night. That would have been about 3.5 hours, 4 hours after they wrapped for the day. And there it is. Whoops. big as life, actually a little bigger than life. There we go. Beverly J. Canon. She is the person of the year. Now I thought about this, and I thought maybe they're just being ironic. Maybe how how Time Magazine sometimes will they have a person of the year, Time Magazine person of the year, and Time Magazine. It used to be like a magazine. If you're old enough to remember magazines, and they would put. I mean, they could put. I don't remember for sure, but like Saddam Hussein could be on there. So they would, if somebody that made an impact in the world for Time Magazine. Maybe they just picked her because she's making an impact in Norfolk County. Not a good one, but she is making an impact. I think everybody would agree with that, right? So I don't know what you get with that. Do you get some sort of award, like a statue? Do you get a plaque? You have a plaque back in the judges' chambers? I guess it's possible. I wanted to think I was going to show you, and I have to find it, of course. And again, I would fully expect when they go back into court today that there will be a sidebar to get started. Because really, I mean, how could there not be after everything that's all the days that have passed? And then Mr. Welcher will be on the. Oh, I know what it was. This is, there are many places where we can. And I can stop this when the trial comes back on, so don't get nervous. But there are many opportunities to look at Judge Cannoni and say, this is your person of the year. This is how she rolls. This is, But there's I one that I really made an impression on me from some time back, and it was a moment when, there we go, Mr. Yannetti was making an argument, right? And to just listen to how. The back and forth between, let me make sure I've got the right one here. The back and forth between the judge and Yannetti, it's just wrong. Let's see if I can get this audio to work for you. I have my audio issues.
And they've spun that or tried to spin that into a claim that we're somehow.
Let's do this. Here we
go. We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
Watch this.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
She tries to, throw him off his game by saying, I don't have that. I don't have that. And then
I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti.
Are you kidding me? So he has, he's pulled from his
I'm on
plan.
page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court.
Heavy sigh.
It's about the 5th line down. Starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
We
Okay.
pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing.
All right.
Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into...
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buchanan did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Ms.
It's
Giannetti.
not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion.
Okay, so there she is in all her glory. It's just outrageous the way. Did you ever hear her at any time address the Commonwealth that way? No, you did not.
So
Let's see
I
if
was
there's a
told,
side
Counsel, Mr. Lessie, you wanted to see me?
Oh, shocking. Okay, so
Do you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there.
Okay.
start at sidebar. Sounds like it's a big issue. If they're the sidebar is gonna lay the groundwork for maybe some larger discussion. Okay, the parade begins up to the bench. So, I mean, can you believe that? I mean, obviously there are tons of examples of Judge C acting like that. I felt that one was in a very short period of time. I think we looked at what, 3 or 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 50 seconds to be exact. How many times did she interrupt him? How many times did she berate Mr. Yannetti? How many times did she question what he was saying to the point he has to go find the moving papers and correct her ass? That it's just so obvious. I don't know how those who practice in that area, if I had her name come up on a calendar matter, it's a simple, I would recuse her and say, I'm sorry. And in most cases, especially with civil, you can recuse a judge, like you get one shot, right? I say, no, I want anybody but her, anybody, because I don't need to put up with this. Practicing law can be difficult enough. Do I have to put up with this? And remember, as she pointed out, this is outside the presence of the jury. So can we just be civil? Let him make his argument. Let him make his record. And if your little feelings are hurt along the way, too bad. But if you've got the slant, the bent, the bias that she has, you can't. Everything is against her and the Commonwealth, and she won't have it. So, okay, let me see if we got a second here while they're doing their thing. I know LKB hates the gallery shot. She hates it. I actually don't mind it, mainly because if I was in the courtroom right now, I'd be looking around at people, see what's going on, see who's doing what. I know it can be an issue with, there was Esty, I saw her in the back row there. There's Paul O'Keefe in his rehomed seat, although he's normally not right behind Mrs. O'Keefe. He's usually screen left one more notch, because technically, unless she moved over as well, and that's possible, because that would be in more direct line of sight with the jury, which is a problem that arose, what was it, about 3 or 4 weeks ago when they had to rehome. So anyway, so I mean, can you imagine what she's going through? And I don't know what's harder. Well, obviously losing son is brutal, but to see this play out like it has, you have to keep telling yourself that the Commonwealth and the Massachusetts State Police did the best they could. Do you have to keep telling yourself that in order to stay sane? Because if you're watching this as we are, from 1,000 feet or 30,000 feet, as they say, it's frustrating. It's maddening. And if I were the family members being basically dismissed by the Commonwealth and the law enforcement and told, take this. This is what we did. We did our best. We've got the right person. So suck it up. I don't know how long you can tell yourself that in light of this case as it plays out. I couldn't do it. I'd be all up somebody's sphincter, this is the best you could do. This is it. This is the case. And you've seen it foiled once. I don't know if you sit there now as the prosecution is ending its case saying, yeah, we got this. Good job, Brennan. Good job, Commonwealth. I don't understand that. Anyway, so I do believe, back to my shooting the gallery point, that I know in the Lori Vallow Daybell case, one of them up in Idaho, so hard to keep them all straight because she got a second one coming up in Arizona, by the way, in case you didn't know that. That's for the attempted murder of the friend can't remember his name, but he was the guy that was shot at and missed. Shot at by somebody in a Jeep that just happened to be similar to one that Alex Cobb had, the guy who supposedly killed everybody else. Thank you, Brandon Boudreaux. Thank you, Diz. Anyway, they made them stop using the single shot of Lori Vallow Daybell. They just had one camera just stuck on her the whole time. Not that they would show it at all times, but it's just on her at all times. I think that could be a little bit much. But this just broad view, I got no problem with that. Anyway, and they clearly have it here. And you can see, strangely enough, with as small as that courtroom is, you're seeing most of the courtroom right now. The camera's perspective is the jury box, just to the left of the jury box. So they're sitting behind the camera and all off to camera right. But there's not a whole lot more the courtroom you're not seeing. Probably an equal number of seats. You can see Mr. Reed there, just bending his head down. I see Nathan next to him and Mrs. Reed in between. If you panned left, you would see probably an equal number of rows. There was 4 people across the front. Looks like 4. Yeah. So you'd see another 4 coming toward the camera and then going back 3 rows. It's just nothing. It's just nothing there. So, okay. There was something else I was going to cover while we had this. Oh, I was going to see if there was a couple of questions. Let's do that. Here's Joey's going to need to get his computer fixed because it keeps triggering Justice Serve TV membership gifts. It just keeps triggering them. It's amazing. Joey, thank you, bud. I hope it's not your computer just spitting out random Justice Serve TV gifts. We definitely appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad 007 Texas. Anybody have any update on Skyhopper, our young viewer that was having a health problem, a health emergency last week? Has anybody heard anything? So if you have, please share. Yeah, I'm talking about, hey, you're talking about the person of the year here. All right. Person of the year. First of all, it's a little arrogant to me for a Norfolk County to decide they can declare person of the year. Is that person of the year, or is it just in your little orbit? Because it's bad. This woman is evil. Does she ever talk with Higgins, the prosecutor? Yeah. I mean, and speaking of Higgins, and I think you might mean, I don't know. Why would you talk to Higgins? Anyway, if you look at the first case and you look at the witness list and you go through some of them, and I was looking at some of them over the weekend, speaking of Higgins, but the Alberts, neither Albert is being called by the prosecution, right? And I was also looking at Lucky, the snowplow driver testimony, which is so important. And I don't think we've heard much about the Ford Edge from the prosecution for obvious reasons, but we're going to hear from Lucky in the defense case. And we're not sure which of these McAlberts we might hear from that have not already testified in the defense case. Remember, they have the third-party culprit that they're arguing. Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, those are the only two that the court allowed to be focused on as third-party culprits. Colin Albert, Skin Knuckles Colin, not going to be part of any third-party culprit defense by ruling of the court. They had to fight to get to that, and that's a procedural issue in Massachusetts. But to disallow him, I wish I had that order handy because the way she phrased it so dismissively, Colin Albert, there's nothing here. There's just nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. You cannot suggest that Colin Albert was a third-party culprit in the death or whatever may have happened to John O'Keefe that led to his death. So you still have Brian Albert and you still have Brian Higgins. I would imagine Brian Albert's got to testify. Nicole Albert, no testimony. It's so truncated, and I thought about it, and I actually think if I were the prosecution, it's a good move because you're not helping muddy the waters and really helping support the defense argument that there was this massive cover-up, this scheme, this conspiracy. If I'm the prosecutor and I'm not bringing those folks on the stand, I'm basically giving zero credibility to the whole story. Now, I think as the prosecutor, you still got holes in your story about the events of that night, but the benefit is far outweighed by the negative of having these people on the stand. I think every one of them leaves the jury with a bad impression. They just come off as a little hesitant, some downright lying. There was a point in time where Nicole Albert was asked about the cars. Obviously, the cars are very important. The Ford Edge, very important. Who has the Ford Edge? Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's my husband's work car. She's asked questions about how many cars were parked at the house and where do they normally get parked. And then, there's four cars can park in the driveway. It's a longer driveway. Yes, we know from looking at the video I've done a couple of times, it ain't an estate. I'm sorry. It's a very small lot in general, but it does have a longer driveway. Get 4 cars in there. So she's going through the cars. I have a Cadillac SUV, and there's another Ford vehicle. I can't remember which one it is, but she skips the Ford Edge, her husband's work car. Oh, that slipped my mind. That was the 4th vehicle, and on cross it was brought up. And if you go through each of those witnesses, those that are not testifying in the prosecution's case, they all have this weird amnesia about the Ford Edge, except for one dude, and that's Lucky. He knows exactly where that Ford Edge was that early morning when he was plowing, right? 2:30 to 3:30, somewhere in that area there. He goes by 34 Fairview, and there's the Ford Edge. And where is it parked? Right near the flagpole, right where ultimately Officer John O'Keefe's body was found. So parked in a way that anybody driving by is not going to see that there is a body. And he sees that Ford Edge there, not just the first time he drives by plowing, but on his return I think he said it was about an hour later, and the car had not moved. It's still in that same spot. Curious? I think so. And they also testified to, hey, when snow's coming, we will sometimes move the cars not just out of the street, because they never parked in the street, right? That was not the normal place to park one of their cars. It was the driveway. But they even had some other place. I couldn't tell where they were going with this, but they would put them in the driveway or in the garage so that when the snow was being cleared, then maybe you got 2 cars in the garage, 2 on the driveway, less vehicle traffic on the driveway, so they can keep that cleared. All of this information about vehicles and a massive amnesia on the Ford Edge. And I don't know if we'll ever understand exactly what happened to it or what role it played in this party. Was it used to transport Officer John O'Keefe's body to the spot where it was ultimately found? Was it used just to cover what might have been happening before and at the time he ended up on that spot? I don't know. Maybe it's just innocently there and they forgot it was parked there. I don't know. But those are the kinds of things that if I'm on the jury, it just makes me wonder what happened. And this is my, I know people get tired of hearing my mantra. This is the axiom for me. When the prosecution is done with their case and you say, what the hell happened? That's not guilty. That's reasonable doubt. And I don't know what happened. I don't know what Karen Reed did or did not do. I don't know what happened inside that house that may or may not have led to the death of Officer John O'Keefe. That ain't my job if I'm the jury. I'm not juror, law enforcement investigator. I'm not juror, prosecutor. I'm not juror, judge, except I am sort of a judge of the facts. I'm supposed to look at what is given to me and decide whether or not, beyond a reasonable doubt, it proves guilt on one of the pending charges. Second-degree murder, an intentional act, of course. The mens rea that you need. I intended to kill somebody. Dead bang loser. But anyway, the manslaughter, which is related to the driving under the influence charge, to me, that's got some life. That has a colorable possibility of winning. Do I think they prove the collision beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't. But I'm not saying that the jury won't just stitch that together. Again, Welcher, key to making that happen. I could see that. I could see it. I don't agree with it. I don't think I could vote for it in the absence of more information on collision, but I could see a jury doing it. And I could also see a jury doing it by compromise. Like, we got, nobody wants 2 or 1, I mean 3 or 1, but it feels like she did something wrong. And you get a softer, more malleable juror, and they could be, as I say, you put them in a headlock and you give them, and you convince them. And it happens. It happens all the time. And in that particular case, the second charge, not the second degree charge. I think it could happen. It would not shock me. I would not agree with the result, but it would not shock me. So I'm gonna think. Let's start speculating here on what they're chatting about here. Obviously, Welcher is coming on board. Maybe it's a scheduling issue with subsequent witnesses. Maybe it's the defense case. Are they going to be able to organize their witnesses based on when the prosecution believes they're going to finish? Or maybe they're talking about pending motions, which they know are going to fall right into place after the prosecution rests. And we believe that will be after Judd Welcher with the Aperture. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to look at one more thing while we're waiting. They seem to be taking such a long time. I would rather look at some of this and be upset. Can I do this? Can I just play some of this here, Diz? I want to play a little more of this hearing. Can I do that, or will that mess us up here?
Has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanny?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has. Defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon.
And he became a non-factor. I don't even remember the details about that particular. But does she have to say, I suggest you listen? I mean, what the hell? Anyway, sorry, Diz, for flipping you back and forth there, but I get tired of just staring at a room. defense has filed a 527, a motion for a new witness. Do we have that? Is that anybody seen that on the docket? I have not seen it, but I was scrambling around this morning, did not get a chance to take a look. That would be interesting. And so if it's a truly new witness, you know what that means. That means Mr. Brennan, he's going to be melting down and shocked and amazed at the ambush that's being put upon him. You know, that happens. Let's see. Could not get rid of Arkin now going after Dr. Russell and Garrett Wing. Yeah. Remember in these pretrial motions, you know, you talk about, let's contrast Dr. Crosby, who we will hear from in the rebuttal case for the prosecution, and Dr. Marie Russell. She gets on the stand and has to go through, you know, voir dire basically for 2 days to convince the court that she is qualified to talk about dog bite causation, you know, the arm injuries to Officer John O'Keefe. Dr. Crosby, I had a YouTube seminar. Nope, he's good to go. He's obviously an expert, even though I believe Dr. Russell was a close call. It's a close call. It's a very close call, but I'm going to let her testify. I don't know. I just so flagrant. I don't understand how somebody looking, you know, you look in the mirror and you go, am I handling this? Am I at least giving the appearance that I'm doing this properly, unbiased? I don't know how you ask yourself that question when you look in the mirror, right? Suzanne, I'm a 30 plus year retired third, fourth grade teacher. Oh, God bless you. That could be a fun age, but also not. This judge is very controlling. Sometimes it seems like I'm back in my classroom. So Suzanne, if you're back in your classroom, are you the controlling one? Or you're saying she acts like a kid? Yeah, she's a piece of work. But then again, she is Person of the Year, so that's one reason she's very special. Maybe they called her to sidebar to privately tell her she's still smells. You guys. Roberto, if they go after Karen for drunk driving, should everyone that night also be charged with driving? Yeah, apparently that it's not an issue in that part of the world. I was talking to some folks over the weekend who are from that area, and I mean just south of Boston. It's amazing how everybody, obviously we've learned from this case, looks the other way when it comes to drinking and driving. In their brains, they have a certain acceptable level. You know, if you have 3 or 4, that's fine. Maybe beyond that, maybe you shouldn't. But to answer that question, not a chance in hell. Not bloody likely. Yeah, they're not going after anybody for what seems to be day-to-day activities, whether you're on the job or just a citizen. They drink, they drive, and nobody seems to care. Boy, the speculation rampant as to what this long sidebar is all about. And meanwhile, Dizzy is taking a look in the filings to see if there's something new there. She says, supplemental list of prospective witnesses. The file doesn't look like it's public yet. And this was the defense filing. Is that right? Is that confirmed? Because that would be very interesting. I always say, you know, when I was doing trial work more regularly, it was a surprise a day. That was the goal, a surprise a day. And hopefully you're the one orchestrating the surprise. Don't mind me, I'm just reading. Just reading to myself. Bev was telling Alessi, thank you, Colin 600. Bev was telling Alessi he must not ask Welcher any questions that hurt Hank's case. Yeah, I think it's going well beyond Welcher, and covering maybe these prospective new witnesses. I don't know. It could be something related to post motions that we expect to come up once the prosecution rests its case. Yeah, I mean, this is what I really believe. And if I'm sitting there as the O'Keefe family, I'm thinking that. I really am. I'm thinking, I'm not sure she's the right person based on what I've seen now 1.5 times play out in court. And so where's the justice for my son, Officer John O'Keefe? Do I just choke this down as good as it gets? I don't know. I don't think so. I do not think so. So are these motions, these witnesses, are their motions filed consistent with that as well? Joanna, hey, Joanna, I missed you last week up there. Maybe next time. This week I'm going on special assignment, leaving this afternoon for a Where in the World is Justice that goes further than we've ever gone. I'll give you that hint right now. So not going to be up there this week, but as the defense rolls into their case next week, I'll definitely be there. The defense has been doing a great job on every witness, raising reasonable doubt. Closing has to put the icing on the cake. Yes, that is generally the way it works. And, there's a belief that once you get to closing, everybody's decided, that the jury is pretty well got the decision they think is going to carry the day. Obviously, when deliberations begin, who knows? You never know what happens. If this jury truly has not said a word to one another about the case, how they feel, how it's going, what the ultimate result might be, then sometimes the first time you hear what others think of the case is when those deliberations begin, and that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't think it's always that way, though, to be honest with you. So they can be swayed, but not necessarily by the closing argument, more so by what's going on in the deliberation room. Closing arguments probably cements their position on where they are in the case. I don't know a lot of folks that go into closing arguments and they're like, yeah, I was pretty sure she was guilty. And then after closing arguments, no, I decided she wasn't. I think that's very unusual. Yeah, honestly, I really think a hung jury is a mistrial is certainly possible. And again, on the same charge, the second charge. But that's as close as I would ever get to predicting what any jury will ever do. It's, there's a reason. Well, I guess you could wager on jury outcomes. I'm not sure it's possible in Vegas. You can't go to a sports book, but I would never bet like real money on a jury outcome. It's just, we're talking human beings. We're talking about people's perception. I mean, if that was ever, an unknown, like, boy, juries, they look at the evidence and they decide exactly how it should be. I just say, look at the OJ case and not the one in which he got convicted when I chatted with him at church that Sunday. Not that one, not the one in Vegas. The one, obviously, in Los Angeles, where he was found not guilty of the murder of his former wife and Ron Goldman, the restaurant waiter. That case went 9 months. 9 months. And anybody remember how long the jury deliberated? Anyone? I'll leave that hanging there while you Google it, but somebody can shout that out. I also don't believe the old axiom that, hey, for every week of jury trial, there should be 1 day of deliberation. Like, I don't, I think that's too ridiculous. Especially apply it to that 9-month trial, right? 9 times 4, that's 36. You're going to have 36 days of deliberation. Of course not. That's stupid. But I do believe that more complicated the case, you should have a more robust, a full-throated deliberation period. I just don't think it's never ending. So 4.5 hours. That's how long the OJ jury deliberated. 4.5 hours after a 9-month trial. So come on. Somebody said they gave up arguing in front of the cameras because Bev is Bev. Yeah. I think, this was Mr. Alessi's request. So whatever it is, he really doesn't want the public to know about yet. And it's probably a good practice because he's asking for something. I'm certain he's asking for something in terms of presentation, in terms of witnesses, and it may relate to that filing that we have yet to see, but apparently there is a filing of some sort relating to witnesses for the defense. So I don't blame him for making that part of a sidebar, but is it truly, Mara? Is it truly the longest sidebar? Has anybody been tracking these? Anybody tracking? Let's see, what time is it? It's 9:40, so it can't be at 30 minutes yet. Is it a 30-minute sidebar so far? No, that can't be right. It's got maybe 20 minutes. Yes, I would agree with this. By the comments, there's no knowledge what's going on here. I think that is 100% correct. That is exactly correct. Yep. Let me give you a little, I can't give you any clues really, because that would be premature, but I will, as I've said, it is the furthest we've gone in search of justice. I can tell you that. So Where in the World is Justice launching today. We'll see some evidence of it tomorrow. So let me give you a programming note for today. Linda Kenney Baden will join for our normal 1 o'clock. Maybe the sidebar will be done by then. I don't know. So she'll join then, and we'll do our thing from 1, 1:30, 1:40, 1:05, 2 o'clock, whenever they come back in the afternoon. She'll pick up in the afternoon as I disappear. Great guests on tonight, as he says, looking for his notes. We have John Tues and Jason Grant. So those names ring a bell to you at all? Jason Grant is the protester, one of 4 plaintiffs in the first case brought by Mark Randazzo in the freedom of speech attempt to rescue freedom of speech from the buffer zone and to have the buffer zone ruled unconstitutional. So he's going to be on. Most recently, he was told after the supplemental order, which turns out to be a lot of gibberish and not a whole lot of meat to it. This was the supplemental order created by Judge C, better known as the Person of the Year. She creates this and attempts to refine the buffer zone by throwing intent in there. Like, you have to have the mens rea. You have to have the intent to disrupt the proceedings, to convince jurors. You have to have that intent. Well, that's great, but they leave that intent interpretation to the cops. These cops are idiots. So if they see anything that in their mind creates intent, they're telling you, well, we know what you're doing. You're intending to persuade the jury. You're intending to disrupt the proceedings. You're intending. They're imposing on you what your intent is, which is totally ass backwards, right? So he's there with a sign that just has a Bible verse on it. And that was on day 1 of the new supplemental order for the buffer zone. And they basically tell him to go away. And I'm confident, had he not gone away, he would have been arrested. So he'll talk about that tonight. I met him up in Boston last week on Wednesday when, it looks like we might be doing something. I'll give you more programming later, but he's on tonight. Tues is on tonight, whose jury's coming in now. He's one of the attorneys that argued alongside Mark Randazzo. Mark Randazzo specifically represents me and Tom and Jason Grant and all these other folks. But John Tues, who's going to be on, represents a number of organizations that are fighting for free speech all across the country. Great guy. Met him there when I met Jason. Tom was there in his sling. I hope he's feeling better, Tom. And so he'll be on. Those 2 guys will be on tonight for sure. And then tomorrow night, I think I have this right, we have Aidan Carney. He'll be on tomorrow night at 6. So little programming notes for you there. So Linda Kenney Baden will be juggling things tonight as I disappear. To where? All I can tell you is a long ways away. That's all I can tell you at the moment. And more to be revealed. What we're going to do, we've done this a couple of different ways. We've done hints ahead of time as to where in the world is justice. And then whoever came up with the right answer first won one of these babies right here. You can only get this mug. You can't get this in the store. The store has other cool stuff. But this one, see it says in the back, see that? Where in the world is justice? The only way you can get that is to figure out where in the world is justice when we're on the road. So we did it before, dripping out hints, and then somebody would answer even before I got there. Well, now I decided, let's go there. And we've done this the last couple of times. I'm just going to pop up wherever it is. And then, maybe give some hints. Obviously, if I'm right in the front of a sign that identifies the place, makes it a little easier. But we want to know, where am I and why am I there? There's going to be some sort of case connection, legal connection, crime connection to the place that I show up. So that will happen. I think I will make my first appearance in that particular location tomorrow night. Okay. So get ready to put your thinking caps on, get your fingers ready for searching. So I know you'll be able to take, a town, put that in, or an event of some sort, and we'll just, in dribs and drabs, we'll throw out where I might be. And then I think, because we haven't done this in a while, because we've been busy with Karen Reed, and that wouldn't be much of a test. Just where in the world is justice? Dedham? Yeah, you win. Maybe we'll do 2 or 3, like the first 2 or 3 that come up with the right answer. We will we'll give the mug. I had to finally give LKB one because she just kept whining about it. She never technically answered the where in the world is justice question properly, but Okay, so we're still seeing fan action. Domino. Just heard him jingling by. I thought he might want to chime in. So we're seeing fan. The jury has obviously got to be in place by now. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. When everybody stands up as they did, that means the jury's coming in. They're not standing up to stretch. Either the judge is coming in or leaving, or the jury is coming in. And it looked like as everybody went back to their places, everybody was standing. That would, I think, suggest that the jury is coming in. But I have no idea. No idea. Let's see. Well, we're looking through some goodies here. Louise says the O'Keefes are not thinking anything, but they've closed their minds. I just try and put myself in their position. How would I feel? I think you have to fool yourself. You have to convince yourself that everything has been done to find the killer of my son, Officer John O'Keefe. Everything has been done, and we have the right person here. If you don't believe that, you're going to eat yourself up, and you're going to be all over law enforcement and Massachusetts State Police, anybody else supposedly investigating this case. You're going to be all over them because you don't believe what has happened. If you're sitting there, as painful as it is, day after day after day, you have to have resigned yourself, either in reality or you're lying to yourself, that they did the right thing, they got the right person. And it's not only have you lost your son, you're going through this bullshit for, month after month after month. It's ridiculous. 007 Texas, you are hot today. You got all kinds of stuff. Bev was telling Alessi that she lied about letting him have a robust cross. Yeah. Have we seen an allowed robust cross? I've seen crosses with major interruptions, right? Junie, Paul and Peg nearly out the door. Physically, emotionally? Sometimes I don't read these comments completely before I put them on. So, hey, anything could happen. So, Melissa says, Auntie Bev, that would be Judge C, is so rude to the defense. Is that normal? I know this whole trial is not normal. Very good. But I've been watching both Linda and Michael for a long time and have, I'm not someone so blatantly biased. And I guess that's good. I would hate to be in a position where I say, oh yeah, it happens all the time. I've worked with judges before that they're just, you figure they are, as Linda says, sitting at the prosecution table or at the plaintiff table or the defense table, depending on the nature of the case. Nope. I've never seen anything like it. And it's done with such arrogance and such, immunity. And I guess if you're person of the year, that's okay. You are effectively immune from any sort of retribution. And remember, and this is important, in Massachusetts, judges are not voted on. They're assigned by the powers that be. It's a political process. So she knows she's not going to lose her job by the citizen vote. She may be elevated. She's now person of the year. Hey, there's a lot of talk that she's going to be elevated. So, we got some paperwork in. This just handed me. No, that's not it. Okay. Shall we have a reading session here together? I don't know. Can I grow that? I don't think I can grow that with my, it's not in my system here, Diz. Any way you can enlarge that? This one looks like it's, the ink is still wet on this one. That's how fresh it is. It is so fresh, but I cannot grow it. I cannot grow it. I have no idea what that is. It's so tiny. Here, let me look. Let me see if I can see. Let's see. Defendant, supplemental list of prospective witnesses. Man, I can hardly read them. There are 4. One from Quincy, and it's not Quincy. It looks like Quincy, but it's Quincy. And that's a Matthew something, Coleman. There's a Michael something from Canton. There is a, oh, thank you so much. This thing really was amazing. It helped the fact that I can still see better with this. Let's see. Who are the others there? Michael something. Anyway, it looks like mostly precipient witnesses. I don't see so clearly they were talking about that this morning. And I think one of the questions was, is it going to be something we need to argue in open court? I'm going back to this because I'm trying to read the date on it. 8:45 this morning, that was filed. 8:45 this morning. Nicholas White from Milton and Jonathan Desmandis, also from Milton. Milton. Anybody know what significance Milton might have, if any? Yeah, interesting. So that, that's going to be, it's an ambush. We never saw this coming, Your Honor, and it's a bad faith and sanctions and Rule 14. You know the drill. So there was some other stuff filed as well, I guess. But that's pretty interesting. That's clearly something that's taking up the time of the court to figure this out. So the feed is gone now too. The because I don't see the fan, so it looks like the feed is gone as well. All right, cool. Colin, again, there's so many deserving people for Person of the Year, medics, firefighters, nurses, but I bet they were not considered. Yeah, I mean, what I'd love to see is what is the criteria for Person of the Year, Is it, sorry, I just got a note here. Is it, public? Does it have to be public? Is that what it is? What is, Linda's sending me stuff. Okay, thanks, Linda. Linda sent me a picture. Anyway, what is the criteria? Does it have to be somebody in public office? How do you quantify Person of the Year? And again, I'm only half kidding when I say maybe it's like Time Magazine, where you could be the most despicable person, but you're notorious, not necessarily nefarious, although there may be some of that. But you're just so high profile, your name immediately resonates with people, and therefore you are the Person of the Year. Okay. That's possible. Okay, so I do see we still have the fan. So we do have a feed of some sort. I want to check on a couple of things. Hey, I guess I can play. I guess I can play from here. I was going to play something for you, and I'm trying to do it on the fly, on the sly, and on the fly. Let me see if I can do this. This is something we aired over the weekend. I'm not sure I can pull it up as I need to, though. Did not have this one queued up. So I'll have to find it when we get a chance. But I want to play that, the Tales of the Taillight. Okay, let's start guessing. What's happening? What's going to happen now? What's the latest? What's going to happen? Everybody has their thoughts. Yeah, this is, I think a lot of people feel this too, Denise. Please, no mistrial. She does not deserve to have her life held hostage any longer, and we know Morrissey will do it again. Yeah, I think that's the common perception that, oh, hey, it's back. There it is. Yeah, why don't we run that? I want to go check on something. I think it's about 5-6 minutes. Let me run that. I will disappear, and I will be back momentarily. To Serve TV, Michael Bryant here. Happy Memorial Day, and a tip of the hat to all those folks that have made the freedoms we enjoy a possibility. So don't forget that on this day. I've also been thinking about some other stuff as it relates to the Karen Reed case. What a surprise, since we've been knee deep into it, maybe waist deep, maybe even neck deep for a number of weeks now. So I thought it'd be interesting to look back at 3 things that we have talked about here on Justice Served TV that make you wonder what really happened that night, January 28th/29th, 2022, at 34 Fairview. So I like to call this the Tales of the Tail Light. Here's the tail light. Here's my thought.
What is it? Now, tell everybody what this is about. Tell
Well, this
everybody
is,
what
you know,
this
we've
is.
seen, you know, everybody has seen the back of that car. Here's our graphics department came up with this. Here's the back of the car. And this whole thing, this whole opening, that's a module. That's what it's one piece. Okay.
From an SUV, from
the same car, the Lexus.
You went out and bought that as a demo?
I did. So you can see this one is already broken. So that's why I got it relatively cheap. But
well, where is it broken? Let's say, because
it's got a little broken spot.
right?
Yeah. Well, you know, it's got a little broken spot here at the top. But it also lets me kind of get a sense of, you know, I've replaced headlights, taillights, and I know this stuff. I mean, you know, how does the human body break one of these? That was my initial thought.
She'd have to be going a lot faster than what was it, 3 or 4 miles an hour?
And even then, what would she have to impact? Okay, so, you know, if you impact somebody's, you know, arm or side of their body, you know, that's not likely to break this. I mean, look, you gotta have.
Wait, show everybody. What are you doing?
You have like a hammer type blow to break this. This doesn't break with a soft tissue, you know. Especially what happens when you bump into somebody? They move away. They're not a rock. They're not a tree. They're not going to stay solid. They're going to recoil from the impact. So here's one of my thoughts, and this leads. And then why is this left at the scene, but not after the alleged impact? It's nothing there, but it does show up later. That's a different story. Okay, so let's assume that an arm striking that polycarbonate lens could cause it to break, to fracture, to almost explode into many, many, many pieces. Okay, let's assume that. What about driving around with an exposed taillight like that? Okay, here's the deal. Here's the experiment. I'm going to take this. This is our SUV Lexus taillight, and I have strapped it on to the car. It's kind of rainy, yucky out. No, it is not snowing. No, this is not very scientific, but really, what in this trial has been really all that believably scientific? Can you answer me that? So, I'm going to take it for a spin. Put 15, 20 miles. I'm running around doing some errands. We'll see if there is any. First of all, hopefully it won't fall off. But we'll see if there are any, signs of road debris, dirt, that kind of stuff. Who knows? That doesn't look weird or anything, does it? So when I decided to do this, I actually forgot I'd kind of left this dangling. It'd been on there for a few days, but, it wasn't snowing, and it probably did 30, 40 miles max. So, how bad could it be, right? And of course, the issue is if the taillight on that Lexus driven by Karen Reed had been totally blown out, no lens left, no real lens left, and then it's driven and towed a number of miles back and forth from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Ave to Dighton to the tow truck and then to the Canton. Wouldn't there be something inside? So I thought, okay, it had been raining the last few days, so let's just do it using rain as a possibility. So here's what we got. Add on here. Okay, so I mean, it's not snow, it's not road grime, it's just dirt and water from on the road. Can you see? You kind of see that, right? I mean, there's some dirt in there. Some dirt, not a lot, but if somebody wanted to do some forensic investigation, I think they'd find there's plenty here to suggest maybe the taillight wasn't broken when it was driven all over the place. And finally, what about that chip of glass? Remember the chip of glass that was supposedly on the bumper for one hell of a ride from 34 Fairview all the way to Dighton on the tow truck, flatbed there, and then driven back to Canton PD. What about that magic piece of glass? Well, if you have a glass like this, you have a glass here, and it were to break, I can't break my glass. You break the glass, right?
Okay, show it. We can't see.
And then
below the.
Yeah, believe me, it's all down there. And then you've got a little shard of glass. Can you see my shard of glass there?
Right. Please don't embed it in your palm.
Please, so that's resting. This is resting on the bumper.
Right.
There goes my shard of glass. And I guarantee you that wasn't 40 miles gusting of wind or being dragged around on a trailer, right? Oh, wait, here's another shard of glass that's sitting on the bumper. Whoops, there it goes. So
I'm sorry, this shouldn't be funny, but it's funny. This is the kind of it's the kind of demonstrative exhibit that somebody should accidentally use, in the courtroom,
Yeah, like here they are. Here's that, that delicate shard of glass go with me, jurors. It's sitting there for everybody to see, and now it's driving 20 miles here, 10 miles there, and now it's gone. So just a few thoughts, a few memories on this Memorial Day that make me wonder, what exactly happened that night in Canton. And again, as I've said many times, you get to the end of the prosecution case, you get to the end of the case in total, and you're still saying, what the hell happened? I have no idea. Well, my friends, that's a reasonable doubt. Have a great weekend. Well, fan is still fanning. The fan is fanning. So I was trying to get a bagel. That's what I was trying to do because I was running around earlier and didn't get a chance to eat. So this is what happens when you leave the bagel in too long. This is not good. I will not be eating this bagel, but I do have a backup. I got a backup here. So I'll be fine. It'll be just fine. I don't know what the hell's going on in that courtroom. It is just, can we just have a normal day? Just a day where they start on time, the witnesses proceed orderly, there's no gaps, there's no drama. Well, there's going to be drama, nature of the case. But, just procedurally, if I'm on the jury, it just gets to be, I'm sure amongst themselves, it's a joke. It's like, well, what's going to happen today that's going to derail the plan? Are we going to start late? Are we going to leave early? Are we going to have the next few days off? I mean, hey, what's happening? You would think with a 5-day weekend, really, that they have their shit together when they get back in there. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's related to motions for the defense and this new list of witnesses, but you should be able to keep the game moving along for the sake of the jury. The jury is the only people that really matter, in terms of presentation of the case. It's annoying to us, but we don't mean anything. The jury needs to be handled properly and respected. And this to me just shows disrespect for the jury. Things happen. I get it. The trial is a living, breathing thing. I understand that. And there are things you can't avoid. But the number one priority better be orderly presentation of the case to best efficiently use the jurors' time. Okay. And sometimes it doesn't feel like that's what's happening. It just does not. So let's see. Let's look on the list here. Hey, Madera Beach caregiver. Good to see you. Thank you as always. Just some guesses on the new witness list. Maybe some have. Wouldn't that be amazing? Ring camera footage that it just pops up. I'm trying to remember. I have his name in my notes somewhere. I talked to the neighbor 2 houses down. So assuming, and I wrote, again, it's in my notes, assuming the municipality does things like normal numbering of houses, 34 Fairview, immediately next door is 32 Fairview. And I think that's the house known as the Asian House. That's from various witnesses' testimony. And we have a picture of what they saw that night, which I have somewhere floating around here. But that's where, they saw the lights and the first responders and all of that. Then the house next to that, 36, I spoke to that gentleman, and he gave me his name. Said I could quote any of the stuff that he had talked about, but he wasn't quite ready to go on camera. So I'm going to go up again and knock on his door. And very nice guy, but he heard nothing, saw nothing, had no Ring camera or other cameras. And I looked and asked him about that. But of course, what was most interesting about him was, as of that date, and that was probably 2 weeks ago, as of that date, which was roughly, 3+ years, not one law enforcement officer or entity had contacted him. The guy's 2 houses away from where a fallen officer has ultimately died. And nobody knocks on this guy's door 2 houses away. Crazy. So anyway, hopefully I'll get more information from him and just get his perspective. He did not hear anything that night, heard nothing, didn't wake up, heard nothing. He did allude to, that he had kids. He'd been there a long time, very long time, as had Bryant Albert, Nicole Albert. They've been there a very long time. So they had kids of relatively the same ages, but he didn't have any boys. He had girls. So they were less, they weren't playing together. But there had been, I guess, a barbecue here and there. But he made it very clear that there was a rift of some sort that developed between the Alberts and him, 2 doors down. 2 doors down. He didn't go into specifics, but it basically made it sound like the Alberts were being assholes. That's my word, not his. But he made it clear that at a certain point, he had no interest in associating with them anymore, and so he did not. But that, as of the night of January 29th, 2022, he didn't hear a thing. And we know there were no sirens, no loud horns. There was just yelling and screaming, and there was definite chaos. 2 doors down, he did not hear it. And again, was never asked by law enforcement a damn thing. Like, hey, by the way, did you hear anything that night? I'm in the Pee Wee Herman documentary. Somehow that seems appropriate. Madera Beach caregiver. I love Pee Wee Herman. Paul Rubens. What a crazy story, the way it ended. But that guy had some of the most, his child show, and he had some I think what was it? Was it exposure charges or masturbating in public or something? That kind of was the end of his career, because he did a show, ostensibly Pee Wee's Playhouse, for kids. But that show had such adult stuff in it, and I don't mean adult. I mean, like, such mature themes and stuff woven into it and hidden. It was amazing, and I think he was an amazing performer. With unfortunately hit a hiccup there down the road, and then he's died. But I didn't know there was where's this doc, and why in the hell would I be in it? That's starting to concern me. More, please tell me what you've seen. What have you heard? I would watch it just because I think the guy's fascinating, and I can't imagine what the real story about this guy's upbringing and education and career path got him to where he was with Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse. All of those characters he had on there, Cherry and Globy. You had there's some big stars too that played like real person parts. The mail carrier is the woman who ended up in Law and Order as one of the cops. She has a name that I can never pronounce correctly. And just amazing folks would pop up in this show, and the themes were crazy. So if you've not been a student of Pee Wee Herman and Pee Wee's Playhouse, check it out. It's fascinating. 007 again. You're just prolific today. I was worried if I lurked, it would help their algorithm. Yeah, that's what we need. One channel deleted as soon as I saw it. They're so stupid. Yeah, this whole YouTube thing, it's a mystery. There are people that know what the hell's going on with it and how to win. at YouTube. I'm not one of them. You know, we just come on here, we do our thing. We're very honest about how we feel about the different cases. We go in with a blank slate, and as the case develops, we develop opinions, we develop our analysis, and we share it, and we share your comments about the same thing. You know, we don't have an agenda. When we started doing this, you know, I come from a long line of TV/trial attorney background, and obviously Linda Kenney Baden, some major high-profile trials, and our paths crossed at Law and Crime, where she was hosting as I was. So our goal was really just to tell it as we see it. Then, you know, people agree, fine. If they don't, fine. I don't care. But we don't come in with any preconceived ideas. We don't come in with an agenda. We don't come in, you know, promoting defense or promoting prosecution. We're promoting justice served. And hopefully, you know, as the case unfolds and we give our thoughts about it, it helps people understand from our perspective, you know, what we think the importance of a piece of evidence might be, or a witness, or a motion, or how the proceeding is dragging along, as this one seems to do more often than not. That's it. You know, we're not free Karen Reed supporters. We're not pro-Commonwealth supporters. We're not. We just want to see the truth and justice play out as it is supposed to. Is that a little Pollyannic, a little idyllic? Yeah, maybe to a certain degree. But I think if you don't hold on to that as an attorney, then get the hell out. You know, don't practice law anymore. If you don't believe in the core principle that, you know, the system is designed for justice, and if you aren't pursuing that in whomever you're representing, in whomever you're, you know, in this case, cases we're covering, then get the hell out. You know, you got to believe in the core principles. Yes. And anybody think it's odd that Morrissey is so absent in this scenario? You know, other than the bizarre statement made prior to the first trial, which was, you know, obviously he's gagged now because he's the DA. Technically, he's gagged. Should have been gagged before he made that statement promoting the prosecution. But I mean, is he out and about? I don't live there. I've never seen him out and about. But is the DA for Norfolk County even a thing? I mean, was he at the dinner the other night? The awards dinner? Was he mad he wasn't Person of the Year? I just do. He's an odd duck. I'll tell you that. Yeah, and you know, Denise, if you saw, yeah, it would have violated the gag order that's now in place. At that time, it was not. It was definitely not a factor. Definitely not a factor. If anybody has any questions about stuff we're covering, this case, even other cases, you know, we hope to. We've been so down the rabbit hole with this case, and those who follow it understand why. But you know, the Diddy case is underway. We want to talk about that. We could do that. The Weinstein case is underway. It's actually coming closer to wrapping up. So that's going to be a fascinating decision there. The key difference in that case this time around is they have a new complainant. So now they have 3 that were complaining. And for those who remember the conviction, which was then overturned, it was overturned because the court had allowed in so many extraneous witnesses who had experienced, theoretically, similar actions by Harvey Weinstein that related to his assault, sexual assault, and rape charges. So, you know, the law says you can't have just a lineup of bad behavior type witnesses. They have to fit a very specific pattern. Pattern is the key word under the law. Think of signature crimes, right? The guy breaks into your house, and every time he does, he breaks into a house, he runs the kitchen sink full of water and puts dishes in it. Yeah, it sounds ridiculous and bizarre, right? Real story. That's a true story. It's a key, law school story that developed this concept of a signature crime. Well, in the Weinstein case, they didn't have enough of those. A lot of the witnesses had different experiences with Mr. Weinstein. Some people may think, well, that's just crazy, because if they were also assaulted by him, that should come in. No, they have to be very specifically tailored for that event outside of the charged events. Remember, these are the not charged events. They have to be very specific, very similar, very pattern-like, or they shouldn't come in. And that's what the appellate court decided. They were not pattern-like. They should not have come in. Conviction overturned. Now we're back with a number of those witnesses not appearing. because of that ruling, but a third complainant now, and she's already testified. So the question becomes, is that going to be enough to help the prosecution get over their hurdle? This guy's going to die anyway. I mean, he's 73 or 4 now. He's got cancer. He's been staying locally at Rikers, which I think takes years off your life anyway. So, and this is all academic. Obviously you want justice for those victims, the alleged victims at this point. But in terms of penalty, this guy is never going to get out of prison. He's going to die in jail. He's got the California case hanging over his head. He's done. And that's probably the reason a lot of folks are less, intent in following this case. Sandra, there you are. Thank you for your cash. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, is that what I mentioned earlier? I think it was. Yes, we appreciate that. There are some people don't like to do super chats and other things like that because they know YouTube takes a chunk. I think they take 30%, maybe 40%. So if you have a question, comment, whatever you want to contribute, you can do that through Cash App and Venmo and PayPal. And we do our best to get to all of the questions, all of the comments that people care enough about that they're willing to donate. We try to get to all of them anyway, but at some point, there's only so many hours in the day, right? How can that not be a mistrial, Morris? Yeah, again, the gag order was not in effect then, and that was pre-first trial, so not an issue at this particular point in time. So, Sam Poop, short day this week. Yeah, Thursday we definitely know it's going to be a half day, but the way this is going, where are we right now time-wise? We're almost an hour and a half late in starting this thing. So I'm going to read as many questions and get to comments as I can. But if we have to go on hold while they figure things out, I will. I'm not just going to sit here and drive you kooky. This is definitely true, Glenn. They have lives they need to get back to. She's despicable. And after the fact, I'm sure we're going to learn what the jurors thought of Judge C. What do we got here? What do we got? What's happening?
Be nice to free Karen Reed. She's not free. You know that?
Is this a standout at parade? Is that Washington Street? I don't know. I can't tell where that is. But there was I saw that Dina. Dina, we've had her on a few times. One of the strongest, I was going to say loudest supporters, but that sounds almost derogatory. One of the strongest supporters. She did a standout on, I want to say Sunday morning by herself. She just went live and was on an overpass somewhere along one of the highways there, 138, I think, 163. Anyway, and she just did her own little standout, had a sign, had a flag, people honking their horns as they went by, checking her out, checking out the support for Karen Reed. That's the kind of folks that are supporting this cause. And we're not part of the Free Karen Reed movement, but you got to respect and appreciate those that are so invested in seeing justice here. And as I've mentioned before, for these folks like Dina and others, this is just a symptom of a much bigger disease. And the disease has infested everybody up to Morrissey. It's the state police. It's the prosecution. All of these folks they believe are just tainted. Oh, that was Morrissey's video. Was that Morrissey walking there? Is that who that was in the parade? I mean, he is large, but I didn't see a float go by. Is this actually live? Is this actually something happening? Curious. Anyway, those that support Karen Reed, they do so because they think, the Stoughton problem, the Canton problem, the Birchmore case, all of these cases they think are just evidence of a big, big problem. So when you see these folks, cheering and supporting Karen Reed, they live there, and it's because they have seen what has unfolded time and time again. This case just happens to be the one now in focus. This case just happens to be the one now being retried. And this case just happens to be the one now where they can voice their concerns and maybe get some attention. And people, I know there are folks that, they would love to go elsewhere, but they feel torn. They're like, why should I have to leave my home where my family grew up? And in the Northeast, and I've learned this, I'm from California, we're a little more vagabondish. In the Northeast, people, live near their families for longer periods of time. They stay very regional. So I know that kind of connection to these towns. I call them the axis of evil, not related to the people, but the folks in law enforcement and the state authorities. The axis of evil, they're Canton, Stoughton, Dedham. They're all lovely little communities. I wouldn't want to leave it either, but this dark cloud that's hanging over all of these communities makes you, wonder, can I stay here? Do I have to move? Is it just too much? And so they're struggling with that every day. And they're hoping that their voices will have a bigger impact than just this case, a bigger impact than just the Sandra Birchmore case. And that at some point, the powers that be will no longer be. And they can, maybe get back to enjoying what is really a lovely little community. Each of these communities, they're good size, like 25,000 people or so. So they have all the services you would need, but it's not so big that, it's kind of overwhelming. Boston, just 25 minutes north, if they want to go into the big city. So I get it. I understand. This is difficult for them, but this is their voice right now. And it's worth it. If you have a minute, look into what they've been dealing with beyond the Karen Reed case. And it's frightening. So I give them total respect for the time they spend, the money they spend. Some people, like Cheech, who we've tried to have on a few times. I see her every time I go up there. They have lives, they have jobs. Dina generally works and tries to take one day a week where she can devote it to going to the trial and voicing her opinion. But she has to work. People have lives. So I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, as an aside, again, some of the cases we've been looking at, we covered this for Law and Crime when Linda and I were there, the Holly Bobo case. And now, there's a motion for basically a new trial suggesting I think the brother lied. So I don't know. I mean, everything depends on timing, of course. At this point, we're kind of laser focused on this case, which in a few weeks will be over. And then the Adelson case will be underway soon after. Obviously, Kohlberger will be underway. I think the Diddy case will be wrapping up. So we may try and get into that a little more deeply, although it's a disturbing case. That case, the prosecution, their burden really is to prove that this is more than just some freak-offs, consensual freak-offs. And that's basically what the defense is. Yeah, you may think this guy's a whack job, a deviant. Yeah, he likes to put applesauce on his hamburgers. I mean, whatever stories you've been hearing from ridiculous to sublime. It's weird, and weird is not criminal. So the prosecution's big concern, and of course it's sex trafficking, it's RICO. Their biggest problem is proving to the jury of 6, it's a federal case, that this is beyond just freaky deaky consensual activity. This is criminal activity. And the RICO statute, as we know, we've learned from the YSL case, it is a kind of a rubbery kind of concept. It can be used very powerfully, but using it beyond its original intent, which was mob activity, organized crime, tougher to prove. Are we actually going to get something happening here? I can't wait to see what the hell has been going on. Let's see, can we read some faces here? Do we get some sense of what's going on? I thought Yannetti had sort of a smile.
Well, great.
Okay. Ms. Reed telling Alessi something very important. Did you guys see that picture of Alessi with the glare? They're both flexing their guns. Goofballs. Look for that picture. It's funny. It gives you an insight into Alessi. He can have a little fun. Well, you got my attention now, Judge. What the hell's been going on? Yeah, 007 Texas. You better be wrong.
You solemnly swear the embassy of the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Guess
Good
who?
morning, sir.
It's the man of the hour.
So we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, do you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully? It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time
So
frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him,
Yes,
can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
about. 8 to 10 days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It
Please,
brings
for
it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay?
All righty then.
I'll see you
Let's
in
bring,
sidebar.
have a sidebar and then have the jury come in. So here we have this voir dire, and obviously they had to fight. They had to fight to get this. Already comments about Mr. Welcher not looking like the picture that I showed earlier today when we were doing the. Here's the printed version of it. Does that look like the guy that we're hearing on testify right now? Does that look like him? Lost a couple of lbs and got some facial hair. So anyway, that is Judson B, Executive Vice President, Accident Reconstruction, Aperture. You know why it's called Aperture? You know, Aperture is that the ring in a camera that determines how much light comes into the camera. A little bit of light, a lot of light. That's the aperture. Well, they're shedding light on the truth. They're bringing the truth into focus. That's what Aperture does. So this puts Welcher in a painful position. He's got to not just support Burgess, but he has to link himself to his testimony and his information. He's talking over the last 10 days with Brennan, with Lally, with Lieutenant Tully. I don't understand why. Why would you be talking to Tully about anything? That I don't get at all. We know he had this massive PowerPoint presentation, 140 pages, I think it was, and it had to be culled through and whittled away. So he's suggesting some of the changes had to do with that. But he specifically said he's made changes based on the report from Mr. Burgess of May 8, 2025. That was the thrust of the huge argument. You know, what was that report about? Well, that's the report that adjusts the time of the trigger event, right? And it is a shift of a few seconds, really, but it is an effort by the prosecution to open the door in terms of the timeline. I can't wait to see how this unfolds.
It was a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone say yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand? Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank you.
whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, and a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, do we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say? Report?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering, biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is event data recorders a subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbus, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, I actually, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job is to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD and engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, 1 group of 92 of the scene, 1 group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbright data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages, didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Weston, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, on the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher knows this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, I mean, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are 2 systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally 2 types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time, Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, You mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welch. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch as running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event?
Correct.
Sustained, yes.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have two triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends, and it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, you know, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where?
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 1:54. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr. O'Keefe's
cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, that point 154 approximately 12:23:58?
Correct?
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll go.
Okay, everybody get up and stretch or slap yourself in the face. Oy. Okay, so let's see if we can synthesize anything of interest out of this blather, all right? I think the voir dire was far more interesting because we know it focuses on the fact that this witness, who used to look like this, Mr. Welcher relied on this 5/8/25, just 3 weeks ago, supplemental report from Mr. Burgess. Now, Mr. Burgess, hooking yourself up to him is like, being a lifeboat at the Titanic. You're going down. But apparently, Welcher's going to be doing that, and he's just starting to get into that part of the testimony, which is, I'm sure, why they had the sidebar. Is there something about the Aperture people, or maybe these kinds of experts in general, where they have to say sure every time you ask them? Let's talk now about that report from May 8th. Sure. I noticed, though, that Burgess didn't say sure a lot in cross-examination. Let's see if Mr. Welcher does. So the key part, I marked all these different spots, and they start to look like very, not a whole lot of importance, but there are a couple of very critical things. And that is, he's got all these triggering events, all these crash data retrieval, event data recorder, black box, all of these things. None of this information, none of it received, would be able to confirm a vehicle versus person strike or collision. And you could tell, what did he say? I think he said 5 to 10%. Let me double check it. Yeah, 5 to 10% of his work is vehicle versus pedestrian. 5 to 10%. He even made it sound like 5 was pushing it. But it's clearly not what he does primarily. He does vehicle to vehicle. He does everything, including roller coasters, right? But vehicle to person, not his main thing, to put it lightly. And so he says that with all of this information, and he went through every single thing he's looked at ad nauseum, that there's no evidence from these different data recorders that there was a collision between a vehicle and a person. But he has to minimize that. He's saying, hey, 6,000-pound vehicle, which is 3 tons, by the way, and a man, 216 pounds, that kind of contact is not, it just ain't going to register. Well, I hope that registers with the jury, because he's going to have to somehow do some splaining about that to otherwise, who cares? What's the point? If you can't use your own data to support a collision between the vehicle and the person, what the hell are you doing here? We'll see. Can't read my writing on that. Okay, how familiar are we now with the 1162s, the 1162 triggering events, right? And they've been talking about the 3-point turn. First of all, and I made that 3-point turn last time I was up there, but it was 12:30 at night, and I didn't see as well as I should have, and I kind of went over somebody's curb, but I think I got the right address. I don't know that 3-point turn is in dispute. Is anybody really saying that 3-point turn never happened? No, she's going up Crestview. Fairview's on her left. Oh, we just missed it. Honey, we just missed the turn. John O'Keefe tells her, oh, you missed the turn. she does a 3-point turn on Crestview and then comes back, and now Fairview is on the right. As she gets to that intersection, we see the other vehicle there that is driven by Rick, right? Yeah, Rick. And he basically gives her the, go ahead. So she pulls in front of 34 Fairview, and the second vehicle comes in behind. So that 3-point turn, I guess it's important in that it is consistent with most of the experts that is, if not a triggering event, it is a touch point, that everybody's familiar with, and that's fine. I do not think that's disputed. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. One of the things he talked about, which is certainly going to come up again, is this variance, right? Based on the Burgess input. He's saying there is a 30-second to 1 minute variation or variance in the overall time sequence. And we know with Burgess's report of May 8, the very late report that was argued about, fought over, and ultimately Judge Bev's genius said, Mr. Lessie, you can have a robust cross-examination, and I'm sure that will be appropriate. So, even though it is classic ambush stuff, hey, let's do a rejiggering of the experts' opinions mid-trial. Not a big deal. Who cares? So that's the way we're going to fix it, is with robust cross-examination. And it was pretty robust. It made him look like an idiot. Burgess, he was a puddle. And I don't mean the sense that they used it in talking in text to Proctor. The puddle, another term I hadn't heard in that context, means you're drunk, right? You're just totally. In this case, the puddle means he had been decimated. He had been dissolved. Burgess had been melted down by Lessie. And I think Welcher may be in for the same thing. That was the purpose of that voir dire. Alessi wanted to make sure that this expert was going to commit to his reliance on that May 8, 2025 new report from Burgess. It had changes in it. And if this expert had to change his report because of the changes in the Burgess report, they're tied together, man. They are in lockstep. And I just don't know that that's the guy, Burgess, that you want to be in lockstep with. So let's see. We had a couple of other high points here, and then we'll look and see if we had some questions filter through. While a lot of the comments were, "Oh, this is boring. This is hi Debbie Blair. Hi, this is boring. This is well, it's necessary." And all of his background is it's all necessary. This guy's an interesting affect, though. A little loose. He talked about pissing off his parents, which I thought was kind of an odd thing to say in court like this. Not, you're not at the bar hanging out with them, having a drink. He was talking about his parents. He was going to go to a medical school, and then all of a sudden he decides not to, and becomes, I think in his mind, better than a doctor. I'm not sure I dispute that. I don't put a doctor really above anybody else with some level of higher education, unless they got a scalpel in their hand and they're operating on me. Then I think they're the best. But he made it sound like, well, his choice to go into this biomechanical field, combine these disciplines, maybe made him better in his mind. He's got a little medical background, and he's now applying it to biomechanical matters, reconstruction matters. And yeah, I think he's happy with himself. But I think his affect is a little crude. I don't know if that's the right word. It's a little loosey-goosey, which could be fine. Just an observation. I don't know if you think it's appropriate or not, or what take you have on that. Yeah, but again, my note was that he kind of felt like he was better than a doctor in that his training combined these disciplines. And what else? That's. I mean, we're getting to we're barely touching on the good stuff. We've got plenty to go here. I've seen some of our comments suggesting it's going to be a 2-day cross-examination. Yeah, I guess that's entirely possible. Okay, 3-point turn. I do think it's interesting, but it gets kind of old over time when you start talking about the data that supports the ultimate conclusions that you have. Very important. But if you're trying to sell a jury on the importance of this tech stuff, I think, that you lose them quickly. You just do. Most people aren't on the edge of their seat to look at mathematical equations. They just aren't. So you have to be very careful that education doesn't become monotony, doesn't become boring, And so this guy is talking about mileage, miles per hour data points. He's talking about these triggering events, which we've heard a ton about, the car being switched on, switched off, when it came on, when it came off. I just think you have to really make it as clear as possible, because you're going to lose people and you're going to annoy people, and you want them along for the ride, figuratively and literally. You want them along for the ride that is your story. Sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle of the numbers. Okay, sounds like we're back. Everybody's parading back to their relative positions. Looking pretty loose today. Okay.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we
Sure.
can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, that answer your question. Then
And
we have,
the 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point it's turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T, or the trigger, in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the tech stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay, I'm gonna, excuse me, I'm gonna go join the sidebar so I can find out exactly what they're focusing on here. So again, we're still working on the 3-point turn. That's still the key. And again, because it's a touch point, and they figure if you can work then from just that point of the 3-point turn, 234 Fairview, the collision, again, from the prosecution standpoint, where the collision took place, and then beyond. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that in terms of focusing the jury on what's most important and getting them to believe that this expert knows how to establish that 3-point turn and that touch point as they move forward. I think that's fine. I'm okay with that. So, you know, anytime you hear reasonable degree of, whether it be reasonable degree of medical certainty, reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you know that here's the flag. You know, this is what you need to believe based on this expert's opinion. And that is, of course, that the 3-point turn took place on Cedar Crest, again, not disputed, at about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was started at the Waterfront Bar and Grill when they left there, okay? The 8.7 miles per hour and the braking and the slowing, which was picked up related to that 3-point turn, fine, all very reasonable. Doesn't sound like anybody's driving erratically, speeding, running over curbs, like could happen. Yeah, it could happen when making a 3-point turn. And so that's where we are. Now we're talking about, and this is where it starts to get a little overwhelming, I think, when we're looking at all these different data points and the different time stamps. We have the vehicle, we have so-and-so's phone, we have another person's phone. The math of just trying to correct issues when the variance between the Lexus and John O'Keefe's phone is 21 to 29 seconds, that overlay starts to get a little confusing. It does to me anyway, but maybe I ain't too bright. So I think you've got to take that piece of info and you've got to make it clear to the jury what it means, or discount it if your position is it doesn't really mean all that much. It's a fact. We used it, we calculated based on it, and we've accounted for it. That's it. It's not like, let's just take that chunk in and of itself, 21 to 29 seconds. That's not going to win the day for either timeline. It's just not. If you think an event took place, if a collision event took place at 12:32:16 or 12:32:04 at 34 Fairview, and then the Wi-Fi connects at 12:36 at One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home. Okay, does 20 seconds make or break whatever argument you have for that period of time, that travel distance? In my opinion, it does not. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, yeah, maybe that might make a difference. 20 seconds, I don't think so. I think the prosecution's biggest problem, and we're getting to it with this witness, is what collision took place, if any, when did it take place, and how is that believable if what is getting to be more and more undisputed is the connection to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi system at 12:36. We know that Karen Reed said in one of her interviews that she was at the house at 12:40 or 12:41, and that her phone says that's when she made the first call, or one of the calls to John O'Keefe. That actually is more helpful to the prosecution than any of this stuff right now, because that means if she leaves if there is a collision at 12, what time was it again? 12, 32, 04, 06, 012. If there was a collision at that point in time, and she takes the 6 minutes, maybe she's faster, but 6 minutes-ish to drive from 34 Fairview to One Meadows, and you leave at 12:32, you can get there in 9 minutes. That's pretty darn easy. 9 minutes. I think the longest it ever took me was maybe 7.5 minutes. And that was during the day when, as I learned this last time around, those traffic signals, and I think this is true no matter which way you go, it's more a town-wide setting. You know, they're set on what's called on demand. So as you're approaching a light, if it's not already green for you, it will begin the cycle to shift to green pretty darn quickly. That's not true during the day. During the day, it's more on a cycle because you got more regular flow of traffic. Therefore, every 32 seconds it switches, every 42 seconds, whatever it may be, but it's not on demand. So as you're driving home, you're the only car on the road, except for the one following me. You're the only one on the road. Then as you approach that intersection, the sensors pick you up, they cycle through, you get a green light. So you're not sitting very long at all. That saves time. But if you've got from 12:32 to 12:41, man, that's 9 minutes. You could do that easily, going slowly, carefully, stopping at every stop sign. That'd be a piece of cake. So Karen doesn't, Ms. Reed doesn't help herself with her phone call at 12:41 because you've got now a 5-minute gap between when when the Wi-Fi at One Meadows connects to Karen Reed, car and or phone. So what happens in that 5 minutes? You know, I think it's human error. I think she was just off. And we know there's some variations in the phones and in the cars. We get all that, but it ain't 5 minutes. So did she really get there at 12:36 and then was dawdling around and finally gets in the house when we hear her heels clicking?
I'll give you a 10-minute break. 10-minute break and then we'll go again.
31. 9 minutes. 9 minutes after jury's coming back in, I guess. Are they on a break? Or are they leaving? Anyway, one or the other. But that's a period of time that I think is less accounted for, that I have some concern over. Looking at the fan, hearing the court, but I'm just unclear whether the jury was just excused or whether they brought in, because I don't think they were let go during that sidebar. So this could be a early lunch for the jury and maybe some more arguments to be heard. We shall see. The fan is fanning. The fan is doing its fanning thing. So do you understand what I'm saying? Does that give anybody concern that her own testimony related to a phone call at 41 actually gives the prosecution a better argument than if she had either made the call earlier or said, well, I got there and I was sitting in the car, or I was otherwise distracted and didn't make that call until a few minutes later. I don't know. To me, that's a bigger time discrepancy. If you're the defense, prosecution, I think, should exploit that. We'll see if they do. But to me, the hard number is that connection to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, because everybody's had that experience, and it's gonna be hard for somebody to discount that there was that connection at or about 12:36. Yes, we know that if it's a 5 gig system, maybe it's powerful enough, it'll pick up your car or your phone will pick up the signal as much as 300 feet. That's what the testimony has been. Well, that's not that far. That's a couple of houses. So what? That means she actually, and it's on. Remember, One Meadows is one. It's right on the corner. So does it pick up the Wi-Fi at 2 houses away as she's approaching the intersection with Meadows Ave? So picks it up here, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. She turns and now she's in the driveway. Big deal. It's 5 seconds earlier than actually arriving. That doesn't mean a thing to me. So not worth worrying about. Okay, well, we continue to watch the the fan spin. Let's see what else we got here. I'm going to some of the questions that have been queuing up since our last little discussion. Oh, here's very important information. If you missed this earlier, Mid-Air Beach Caregiver referenced a Pee Wee Herman documentary in which I might have popped up obviously in the background like a potted fern. But yeah, Pee-wee as himself. Just released on streaming HBO Max. Some of the background footage, worked for Extra, and a few clips. It's certainly the highlight of my career at Extra. What I used to say was, I did the stories of substance at Extra. And if you've ever watched Extra, God bless them, most of the folks I worked with are still there. It's an unbelievable opportunity in the entertainment world to actually work for the same place that long. It's just weird. But yeah, they're fluffy. I mean, that's what they do. They do fluff. So if it was something of substance, criminal case, death, they would sick me on it. So I can't wait to see what the Pee Wee Herman issue was. I did not know Pee Wee. May I please have an update on what's up with the court? Anybody? Can we get an update? Does anybody have a clue? Yeah, this morning was definitely a mess. Marianne, it was a mess because they came back from their 5 days off, immediately have a sidebar, but not too surprising, asked for by Mr. Alessi, right? And it goes, it was, I didn't run the clock on it. Anybody run the clock on it? But it had to be 40 minutes, perhaps 40 minutes. And it related in part, we know, to Mr. Judson Welcher, because immediately after the sidebar, Mr. Alessi was allowed to voir dire I almost said Mr. Burgess, because they're beginning to sound alike. He was allowed to voir dire Mr. Welcher on, very specifically, his reliance on the Burgess May 8, 2025 report. He made it very clear. You made the changes you've made, that you're going to tell this jury, that you're going to tell this court. You made those changes because of what you read from Mr. Burgess in his updated May 8th report. So you've got change upon change, relying on the prior change. And unless he was locking him down on that, and once he got there, he said, "Okay, Your Honor, that's all I need." And they began the laborious testimony of Mr. Welcher and all of his qualifications. So that's all that's happened today. And then we had this break. This was a break called for by the judge. You remember? She's the one who as often as not, is the one asking for the sidebar. This will be just real quick, real quick. Well, it's not real quick, and it clearly has gotten into other things than whatever she was most concerned about. And we don't know what those things are, of course. Judge C has her own thing. We were talking about this is supplemental witnesses, which may have been part of the sidebar from earlier today. Carolyn Kraft, Milton is a higher dollar town with smarter people near Boston and Canton. Well, Carolyn, are you from Milton by any chance? Milton is one of the towns. There were 4 witnesses on this supplemental document, and they weren't professionals. They weren't experts. Looked like they were precipient witnesses, and 2 of them were from Milton. There has been some speculation that maybe they were in the Proctor friend text chain, that got so ugly when he was testifying about his very unprofessional comments about the defendant, about the case. Could be that they're just some of these folks that were on that text chain. And the thing is, though, if it is, we're assuming, then do you need Proctor if you have these folks? And if you're the defense, and again, this is a defense supplemental witness list, do you want to avoid Proctor? I don't think you want to avoid Proctor. I think you're licking your chops to get Proctor in there. But maybe you want these folks to somehow not just corroborate the text, but add some sort of context. Because Proctor, as you know, was pretty light on the context. When he has those two texts back and forth, where one of his buddies says, homeowner's going to take some shit for this. And Proctor says, nah, he's a Boston cop too. He was hesitant to try and, that he's a Boston cop too. No. That was not explaining my nah. That wasn't explaining that. No, just a totally separate random thought. Well, that's crap. But if you get somebody else to maybe add some context to that text chain, who knows? Might help. We'll see. I don't know. I'm going to next time I'm up there, I'm going to swing by Milton. They may not let me in because it sounds like it's a little too highfalutin for me. What was the jury issue that was mentioned last week, Britta? That was, I think we're talking about where there may or may not have been some inter-jury member conversations that were suggestive of discussing the case. Obviously, the very specifics weren't made known, but each of the 18 jury members, 12 plus 6, I think that's still 18, they were each asked individually about this apparent interaction, and then chastised afterwards. The judge warned them again, no talky, no chatty about the case. And so that leads you to believe that somebody did or was accused of doing so, and that the court kept everybody on. Nobody got dismissed. I suggested, and Linda Kenney Baden and I had a conversation about this. She thought it might be, I don't want to say nefarious, but more serious because of the individual questioning of these jurors. I just thought it was because if you single out, everybody go back to the jury deliberation room. We need to see juror number 12 and number 17. That the laser focus is then on those two immediately. Even if there really were a couple of jurors upon which there should be focus, you don't want to point that out to the other jury members, to the parties. You just don't. So you talk to everybody. So we'll see. That will all come out at some point. But at the very least, it seems there was some chatter among the jurors that was not appropriate. Adventurous spirit, 66. The problem with all this is the lack of integrity of the collection of evidence and chain of custody is extremely faulty. Yeah. And so, we've got all this base information. And if you go through Mr. Welcher's list, how many things did he list that he'd relied on? I stopped writing them down. At one point, I was like, okay. But at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 20 items between reports and pictures and videos. And again, if he doesn't look at everything, when I cross-examine him, I'm going to say, well, you didn't look at this, did you? And you didn't look at this, did you? What about this? How come you didn't look at this? Would this have changed your opinion? So he needs to at least lay a foundation for the things that he's looked at, because on cross, it's going to be questioned. And so he goes on and on about all that stuff. But, let's take a step back from what he's had, what reports he's had, what pictures he's had. How did all that get created and or collected? Yeah. I mean, Adventurous Spirit 66, you're absolutely right. It was garbage. In fact, I've collected garbage with more integrity and chain of custody. So, yeah, that's going to be an issue, because the basis of a lot of these reports is some pretty crappy evidence collection. Hank's liars for hire and bites are free. See, it's like made up like from the music. Anyway. You all think this guy will explain how a taillight broken into the housing, then shattered and exploded outward. Well, isn't that how it works? That's what happens. I used, of course, a hammer because my arm is not strong enough. So, and it took about 5 or 6 blows to get all of these pieces out. It certainly wasn't one blow. That could be a reflection of my strength, but I think it's more a reflection of how strong polycarbonate is. Man, it is. It's just strong. That's why they use them here. You never know when you're going to run into somebody. You don't want your taillight breaking. No, I'm sorry. Didn't mean that. It's just that, it's an exterior piece of a vehicle. You should want it as strong, as durable as it possibly could be. And so it is. So there's now dirt falling out of my light here based on my road experiment. If you missed that, it's in the library somewhere, where I strapped this to the back of a car and drove around for a while, picking up some road dirt on rainy days, not snowy days, but rainy days. And yeah, there was stuff in there. Again, I mentioned earlier, I'd read this somewhere, that one of the explanations that we will hear, if it comes up on cross, is that there was snow impacted in the opening, and that effectively sealed off the inside from getting dirty. It's actually a very good argument. I just don't know if it's true. Don't know. Do not know. Brooklyn, how many months after the accident did you look at the car, and where was the car stored? Yeah, to make sure that that's not contaminated, based on our discussion on evidence collection. Yeah, we know. Who knows where the hell it was? But he looked at it on January 30th. That was his first visit. January 30th, he flies out. You know, Brendan's like, yeah, why did you find it important to actually come out and see the vehicle? Because this guy lives in Long Beach or the Southern California area. Yeah, I mean, it's a softball, simple question. Well, because, you know, to do my job right, I have to be there. I have to be on the ground. I have to see it. I think he said, lay hands on it, which sounded more like a biblical reference to me, but nonetheless, yeah, we get it. If you hadn't gone out to see the vehicle, we'd be frying your ass about you not going out and seeing the vehicle. So he goes and sees the vehicle, and he does that whole. What do you think about that whole scanning process? It tens of thousands of photos and images, and now I can tell you how far from one lug nut to the lighter in the car. I'll bet you this: 2021 Lexus. I'll be shocked if it has a cigarette lighter in it. Shocked. But he used that as just a throwaway point of reference. You know, you generally just, I mean, you can get them as an add-on. If you bought a new car in the last few years and you go through, you know, ordering the things you want, you can order generally a cigarette lighter, but it ain't standard. It ain't standard material. So that's old school, dude. So what was the date? It was on the 30th, right? I'm pretty sure it was on the 30th when he flies out and takes a look at everything. So anyway, yeah. So that means how many months was that? It was, I mean, on the 30th, it was exactly 3 years, really, in a day. So yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. What if we were to learn that they'd have been using the car at the Canton PD as kind of an auxiliary vehicle? Somebody had to run errands. They used that car. Somehow, that only slightly facetious. Colin, Welcher claims to be the captain of his report and then admits his navigator is Burgess. He's done in my book. Can't trust him. Yeah, like I said, it's like he's hooking his dinghy to the Titanic. But he has to at this point. You know, we were wondering after Burgess imploded, okay, how's Welcher going to save him? How does that happen? So far, we haven't really seen it. You know, we're right on the brink. You know, we are getting to the point now of where that information, that new information, will somehow have affected Welcher's report. You know, I can't wait to see the machinations. I mean, how do they do that? I have no idea. The world is on fire. None of these experts know which route Karen Reed took to Meadows. I want to talk about this. Basically, how long she took to get to John O'Keefe's house. What was the niece ever asked if she knew when Karen Reed came home? Yeah, that's all that's very good, and the question is critical. But that's why I've taken the drive 2 different ways, because I don't know who the hell to believe. I really don't know. But I've learned that either way, still you're looking at 7 minutes. Wait a minute, hold on, wait. You know what's going to happen if I bring on? See, we're backwards. That's what I knew was going to happen.
I'm removing myself.
Oh, there we go.
No, you did it. You did it. Okay.
I didn't do it. I think Dizzy did it, but we're not inverted anymore. Hey, look at, before I forget, can you see that we have a different setup here? We the graphic template and everything is different. We're all.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah. Fabulous. Yeah, and I've been listening to all morning, but I was about to get on when they went to break, but I had to rush out because there was a poor bird who hit a lower window right here. And unfortunately, I waited with it to see whether, and it went into rigor mortis. So that's why I was a little bit late getting on the program, you know, and I had to leave you here. And I know that you are, you're going to be leaving us soon. You've been doing yeoman's duty. You know, that 8:50 in the morning shift is tough because every day.
And you don't know what's going to happen. And look what happened today. It was like, I think it was almost an hour, maybe 45 minutes before they did anything. And I had some stuff
nice
prepared.
Shirt. Wait a second. Always has a nice shirt. Yes.
What is that?
You know what?
Oh, that's our shirt. Yeah.
It's our Justice Turf TV crop top in Barbie pink. I want to let you know I'm wearing it. You can buy it at the merch store. I think I posted a link. Somebody asked about it yesterday. And I had to make sure I was dressed pretty well today because, you know, I don't know, the anti-Karen Reed people get on and they start yelling at people. And we want all points of view. But someone said, I don't look good. I'm sick. Am I sick?
Oh
I go to my Instagram page. You won't think I'm sick. I'm sick. No,
That's-
I'm not
that's rude.
sick.
So you're at the cabin, right? You're
I'm
at the cabin.
Had
And
to
so
do my own hair.
I want to hear I want to hear the bird story again. I mean, because I think
No,
we're gonna have to
I'm
call in
down
Dr.
here.
Michael Baden.
I
think
know.
we're gonna have to-
I'm down here. I actually, he's here. He's upstairs in his office. He's here for today. You know, I had to call him in to make sure that the bird was in rigor mortis, by the way, because I didn't want to take that leap because I saw it hit, heard it hit, because I was trying to get ready to get on the air here with you to relieve you, which I didn't think would happen so quickly. I thought they'd go to one, so I kind of, you know, I was.
we don't know what the hell they're doing now. They're you know, no clue.
And then so the bird hit, and you know, you have to wait a good 20 minutes, half hour there around to make sure that the bird, you know, you got to wrap it and keep it upright. You keep it upright, and you see whether there's any movement.
I did not know that. You have a lot of birds hitting windows?
I've had a bunch of birds out in the country hitting windows, even if they're very low. You know, in New York City, when they hit your window, you don't see them because they fall, you know, 30, 40 stories, you know, unfortunately. But yeah, and poor little bird. So you have to wait. So you wrap it and you keep it upright. You keep it upright, like with the legs below it. Okay. Because a lot of times they're in shock. And I've had a lot of birds that are in shock that you would think were dead and in shock. But then when it starts going into rigor mortis, that's kind of a telltale sign. Things were not good on the bird heaven side. Or maybe the bird went to heaven. But so anyhow, that's why I was leaving you.
I have a solution for that.
I'm
Dirty windows. Dirty windows.
Hold on, I have to sneeze. I'm going to mute my.
Go ahead. Yeah, if your windows are extremely dirty, then the birds don't fly into them.
Well, this is also very low, so you know, there's a whole thing called the bird flu going around, so you never know whether
might have been
or not
altered bird.
Birds could be sick or whatever. But anyhow, it was very sick.
What kind of bird? What kind of bird was it?
It's like a little sparrow. You know,
So Mr. Brennan, you can continue.
Wait a second.
Overruled.
Oh, that was just a break. That wasn't lunch. I can leave you, Michael, or I can stay on with you.
Whatever you want to do.
I'll stay here. I had things I wanted to talk about too.
Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the
So we have no idea what that was about, right?
No clue. Called by Judge Bev.
Well, it could have been a juror. You know, sometimes jurors raise their hand. They have to go to the bathroom or something.
She said this is going to be real quick.
Right, because that sounds like it was a bathroom break.
38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds, for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where is that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at 0.154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what 0.154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
I'm going to allow that.
You need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system, Lexus, to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
He's going full stream defense of Shannon Burgess.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you're going to need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
if you can scroll over a couple of columns, from your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed, at the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire's spinning because the vehicle's not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration. to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
Nope, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustain.
is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the Lexus, or excuse me, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window, but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly are.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just follow up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, let the 45 minutes begin.
You are muted.
Thank you. So you noticed, I'm sure you noticed, LKB, that all of that info with the horrible red printing that's harder to read, that's
Right.
Burgess's information.
I know, I realize that. As I said, I've been actually, while you've been doing the hard work here, I have just tweeted or X'd or whatever, a bunch of things from both the Justice Serve TV account. People know it's me because I can't type or keyboard, as we say in today's world, about certain things. And one of the things I said is that Aperture, Judson Welcher is going to live or die on Shannon Burgess. They think that, at least during this trial, in my opinion, they can't set him out. They can't set him to sale, okay, because of this high-profile case. And at least until this case ends, they will hold him. I also have some questions. I wonder, because I mean, a company to live or die on that expert for your changing of your report, which, by the way, was how we began the day. The Commonwealth told them to change words and 2 slides, 2 PowerPoint slides and a word. You know, one word is in it and one something else in it. I forget what it was. I wonder whether they have an IPO or a public offering that's been started somewhere that they plan to do and bring it out after this case, because it's such a high profile case. And somehow it has gotten, shall we say, halted. I want them to answer that question. Do you have an IPO in the works? Were you working on one? Because there's no reason for an expert to live or die on an expert who's been totally discredited, in my opinion. But that's very clear to me, Michael Bryant.
Yeah, no, that's what we talked about when Burgess wrapped up, is, how do they resurrect him? Certainly they aren't going to attach, hook their wagon to that star, and they have. I'm calling it hooking the dinghy to the Titanic. It's just, it just makes no sense to me. They believe that it will be supportive of Burgess if this guy takes his information and relies upon it. Is that the thought?
Do you think that anyone who they assign Burgess to is going to allow them to work on their case? It is not going to happen, okay? It just simply won't. And also, the judge allowing them to change their theory, the prosecution, and to put new evidence in. Michael, when you were on the air, you talked about this in the middle of the trial. I can't tell you how unusual that is. People should understand that that's really unusual. And that's one of the reasons while we here at Justice Serve TV came into this case with no preconceptions about Judge Kenney. We can understand how people are upset, because let me tell you, it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't happen, and it's never allowed to happen in normal course, because it just violates all the rules of fairness. That's what things like Rule 14 is all about. Unfair surprise, and they don't use the word ambush in the statute, but they might as well. And for Brennan, the one who accuses the defense of ambushing all the time, he's mastered the ambush. And he gets away with it because the judge is fine with that.
Right. And then the other thought I had is, the thing, if I was a juror, I'd write down that the crash data does not show a 6,000-pound SUV banging into a 220-pound person at 74% acceleration going rearward by 54 feet. You can't tell me that it won't show that. All right. That's exactly why they do accident reconstructions here. That it just won't, and that the polycarbonate somehow it didn't show the polycarbonate, going out, blasting outwards with like a bomb. Okay.
I mean, this kind of information, it tracks rapid acceleration. It tracks hard braking. It does those much more subtle. It records those, but it doesn't record a contact collision so severe that it shatters a brake light. That makes no sense. And I was doing the math on the feet. Okay, so they have it going forward 34 feet, stopping and backing up 53. Okay,
54.
I'm no math major.
54 feet or 53?
No, 53 going back, 34 going forward. So that's 19-foot difference, which means she backed up 19 feet further than she started. Okay, so let's look at that front yard, right?
Right.
If you believe the car was at or about the left-hand half of the breadth of the front yard, okay, that'd be where the flagpole is. That'd be on the far side where she's on that left half. Well, 20 feet is going to bring her back toward almost to the mailbox. So she would have gone forward almost past the property line and then backwards almost to the mailbox. And I just want, why was John O'Keefe anywhere in that whole area?
Right.
Why?
I mean, if worse comes worse, he's walking around the car at the lease and just going into the house, right?
Or he's in the passenger seat.
No,
Why would he
ever
ever need to go behind the vehicle for any reason?
And I'm still not sure clear about this 3-point turn. They're hooking all their horses on a 3-point turn. Louise's piece says, I don't understand the thought of the 3-point turn was elsewhere. It was when they came down and she mistook it. So now they're saying, well, there's another 3-point turn.
Exactly.
There's a third one when you get on the car.
When they load it on the car.
The
one in the middle is the one that matters. Nobody's arguing about the one on Crestview, the one that I duplicated except for running over the curb of the person's house. And if I ran over a plant or something, reach out. I'll take care of that. But that nobody's disputing that took place, that it led to the intersection right-of-way issue with Rick, his name was, right? The guy driving the car. I think his name was Rick. And he basically waves her by. And so she goes in and then he pulls in behind her at 34 Ferry. Nobody's disputing any of that. So it's a starting point, and I get it. And it's something like 12 minutes after leaving the waterfall bar. Fine. Again, not disputed. Where and how does the second one take place in front of the house, if in fact it did? And how does it relate to this acceleration forward for 34 feet and reverse at 74% pedal depression or whatever it is
and
for 53 feet?
Yeah, and it still doesn't answer the question about a collision. That's the issue. That's why you have these black boxes. But see, everyone's really knowledgeable here. They notice everything. I'm missing an earring. Yes, I am, because I take it off because I have to put my IFB in, and it kind of clings and clanks and clings. So I have one earring. So maybe that's what that person was saying, that I look ill, I don't look good, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't make it up.
Yeah. Yeah, your head's tilting slightly from the weight. It's tilting toward the earring. Yeah.
Thank you for noticing, though. I really appreciate that, because I could have dropped it. So no collision recorded. And then Welcher says things like, let me get your take on this. Oh, we have a little timing issue, okay? We have a little timing issue. A little timing issue, or approximately, or he got his information from elsewhere, or he didn't know the initials on some system he was supposed to use. Michael, if I'm a jury, I want my, let's use the word, brain surgeon, to exactly know what portion of the brain within a millimeter they're operating on, right? Since brain surgery is an issue in this case too. I mean, I want them to know what leg the tumor's on. I want them to know, if I'm a cancer patient, a female cancer patient, what breast they have to take out if I had cancer. I mean, a little timing issue?
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier. I called him loosey-goosey, and that's what I mean. He's less than exact on a lot of these things, on some of the identifying information, on the speeds, on the directions, and I don't know how it helps them to keep referencing. We have a running clock. we have the Lexus clock, we have the phone data, we have all of these numbers jumbled together, and you're supposed to just assume that whatever he concludes must be the right answer.
Based on Shannon Burgess.
Burgess,
right?
yeah.
You got to conclude he's got the right answer. He's got the right, because it's interpretation. And when we talk about forensic sciences, when the NAS report came out about forensic science, one of the things they said is that it's these comparative, it's the interpretive sciences that aren't real science, okay? This is not like DNA. DNA, everybody agrees on. It's developed in the medical community. It was actually, that's where it was developed. They all agree on it. You have a certain standard. You had electrophoresis. You can look at those charts. You and I may not be able to read them, but an expert can say, okay, this is a peak. It shows how much weight at this allele, blah, 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 or at this loci, and then we can get the two alleles. Everyone agrees on what those alleles are. They agree on what loci is being used. They agree on the weight. They may not agree on whether or not the weight shows that it's human DNA at that point because of the instrumentation that each lab uses, but they agree on the major points. Here, there's not that agreement, Michael. I don't see this as a science.
No, I mean, I've always poo-pooed it. I'm officially poo-pooing it. Yeah, it's never been to me anywhere near the level of DNA. Someday it may be, I'm confident, someday, but it's developmental right now. And I love polygraph too. I love that science, but it ain't getting in anywhere either. Why? Because these things have to be reliable in the scientific community. I think what we're seeing from these varying numbers and the formulas they try to concoct is they're not reliable. They're general, right? I can tell you generally where somebody was at a given time or where they were going or what the movements may have looked like. But it is not precise enough to be using it to convict somebody of murder.
Right? You know, I can see when you have an accident reconstruction, you have skid marks, right? And they can tell from the skid marks and the
back in the good old days,
like
you
the good old
know,
days, just simple as that. That to me is perfectly appropriate. That's easy, right? That's mathematics. That's all it really is mathematics, right? With the black box. But now what you're trying to say, but at one point he said, you have to use apples to apples, okay? Well, he didn't use apple to apples when he said he used Google Maps when it was Waze that John O'Keefe was using, which is based on Apple Maps, right? And Google and Apple sometimes will give you the different ways to go to, using Waze differently, different routes to go to different places, depending on what data they're using. So, I mean, this apples to apples comparison, right? And
he's really got an apples to Google's comparison. That's what he's got. And on a personal note, I don't use Waze anymore. I got so tired of them trying to redirect you to save like 8 seconds, you know, and that thing, you know, it's all things being perfect. You'll save 8 seconds if you go this way. Well, yeah, but what about the car that pulled out in front of me and drove slower? I ignore all of those weird Waze side trips. Anyway.
Well, I don't like it because really I'm wondering your passenger really has to input the data, right? You know, I worry about people who are driving inputting data like, you know, a car on the side of the road up ahead, right? Because you can't do that.
Oh, yeah. Because you're supposed to be, it's supposed to be safe to, you know, push the debris on the side of the road and still there, not there. Police. Yeah, I got pulled over for using my phone because I was responding to your police report, you idiots. Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious! So let's see what exactly the people are talking about in our chat, shall we?
Let's
see. You know, and by the way, Stephen Ford, who we had on, who's a great accident reconstructionist, 45 years experience, knows Judson Welcher, likes him a lot. Sometimes they've been on the same side of a case, sometimes they've been on different side of the case. But you really should go back and watch that episode because he tell you the Commonwealth can't do it. This is not right. And what I worry about is you're going to have some jurors and they're going to say, well, see, it's approximate. It's approximate. And how else did he die? You know, how else did he die? Look at they had to go around with the brain surgeon for Florida. They had to go around all their peoples, right? And they're bringing all these peoples. We're not seeing Trooper Paul here with his John did a pirouette, was hit and did a pirouette. At least he had a hit. You know, at least he had a collision. At least he acknowledged that. Here, they're not even acknowledged. Can't tell. 10 seconds.
I know.
Before we get
not yet anyway. So, you know, but you're right about the jury just saying, well, you know, it sounds plausible and using that to replace beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, I'm discounting the top charge. I'm talking about the second count, DUI, if they believe she in fact reversed at some accelerated speed and clipped him. Maybe it was in the process of doing a Y turn and she wasn't really intending to run into him, but she did. I mean, that's all they need to find.
Yeah,
So-
but this is what he took. She just left immediately. She was sitting out there a long time because that's why everyone's able to see her car sitting out there. It means that John O'Keefe got out of the car and he just happened to be right behind her when she did this wide turn.
And he just got out of the car and stood there. No, I'm not making the prosecution's argument. I'm not saying it's legit. I'm just saying if I'm in the jury and you're telling me that this vehicle movement took place as you suggest, why was there this acceleration in reverse like that? I mean, that's what's scary about juries. They like to fill in the blanks. They like to sleuth it out when it is not their job. And I think her being there for a few minutes was probably enough time for him to get in the house. It's probably what it was.
I agree.
Yeah, and then she takes off. So what do you think about? And I mentioned this earlier as a possible problem for the defense, and that is her making that phone call at her about 12:40 to 41. And suggesting that's when she got to John's house, even though we know the Wi-Fi connected at 12:36. I think it gives the prosecution an opening to suggest, even if it happened, even if there was a collision at 12:32, she had far more than 4 minutes to get there because by her own admission, she didn't call till 12:40, 12:41.
That's what I think that's what they're going to say. That's why you had the question early on about the 300 feet or so that you connected back to the Wi-Fi. But then instead of having her go fast, they're going to have her go slow. And she goes into the driveway, and then she goes into the house, and she must sit in her car for a few seconds and all. And they're going to say that's the beep is the garage door closing and her walking across the car. That's what they're going to say. That's exactly the case. And I think that does give them an out on the time, which is pretty tight.
I think that's definitely a problem for the defense. I think they're going to have to work on that. I have no doubt they will, and they're obviously on top of it. But to me, that's a glaring hole in the timeline that does not benefit the defense.
That's why I think their whole closing has to be on, they're going around their people because there was no collision. See, I think what people get hung up on, and as you know, I was on this panel on Fox Nation last week. They get hung up on.
Let me just say, did an amazing job, and you guys have to find this. And whether you're, I'm not hawking their membership, but if you are a member already, definitely watch it. If not, I'm sure there are clips out there. But she crushed our friend John DePietro. Is that how you pronounce his name? Something like that.
Paul Morrow show. Who they have a different viewpoint than I did, but a gentleman and a terrific host, brand new show.
I think he's an amazing guest. I think he'll be a better host. It's obviously kind of a new skill set for him. But he's a smart dude, very, very relatable, and LKB did such a great job of presenting reasonableness and squashing unreasonable. This guy, I don't know what some of these folks that are pro-prosecution think that they can just spout off, various theories and just assume you'll believe them because they said so. It's crazy. Give me some facts, give me some figures, give me some support. But anyway, check that out if you get a chance. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, please interrupt. I think that gives us because that's when you get your thoughts and your responses. I mean, I know people honk at us sometimes because we interrupt, but that's that's how it goes in conversations. Even when you're going to dinner, right? What do? You interrupt because I want to deal with it. Dizzy says that she thinks that she was in the garage making a call to John. I tend to agree with that. And also she explained in the Dateline video, says Lisa Charlton, that she rolled away slowly, hoping John would see her and run out and stop her from leaving, right? And that's what she was hoping. She thought that, going in the house, but that, Hank says she probably hooked into the house on the corner, maybe even before, but had pulled into the drive and garage slowly. And then getting, I get my stuff together in the car. It takes me a while.
I think I like that she was just in the car. She was visibly upset, of course. And she's, reaching out to John by calling. I could see fuddling around in the car once it got to the garage. I don't think that connecting to the Wi-Fi 300 feet earlier, if it is a 5G system, and that was the distance in which she connected, so what? That's like 5-6 seconds to pass, around the corner. And to me, that's an irrelevant amount of time and distance. But what happened once she got there in the garage after the Wi-Fi triggered, before the call, I think that's reasonable. That's believable.
Yeah, sure. You can sit in the car. You could be like panting, crying, calling. It's just no doubt about it. But that's what the prosecution is going to try to do. And what gets to me, Michael, is that this is a moving target for the defense. Every single trial,
Yeah,
every
that's
single,
true.
and even in the middle trial, the prosecution's theory changed. It has even changed from Hank Brennan's opening. If you go listen to Hank Brennan's opening, this is a whole different theory than Hank Brennan had in his opening, right? It's unbelievable to me, just unbelievable. The whole thing is unbelievable. How they're going after her, and they're not going to stop. If this is a hung jury, they're going to keep going after her. They're not going to stop.
Yep.
They
I'm
want
sure.
they want their pound of flesh here. And what's amazing to me is we have a Boston police officer. Now, somebody sent me an email, which one of our viewers, and thinks that that John must have been onto something. They have a view that he was, he was onto something and not liked because he was onto something and maybe didn't play
Something internal.
the ball game with other people. And maybe that's why they didn't care about what happened to him, because you're not seeing that support that you normally see when a police officer is killed in the trial, right?
Yeah. Well, I think, and again, if you follow the defense theory on this, their argument is that it was other cops that were more important than John O'Keefe. Brian Albert, ATF agent Brian Higgins, all these other folks were also cops or law enforcement, and they were more important than the guy on the ground who was also law enforcement.
Yeah. Really. I just want to say, Madeira Beach caregiver, I know you're here. I think you're still in our chat. On May 25th, we all try to wish her a happy birthday. So it's really
That's right.
Happy belated birthday with the balloons. Imagine the balloons are coming up and we should all celebrate our day that we came into this world. Of course, I like to celebrate unbirthdays too. So if anyone wants to just drop a gift from Tiffany's at the doorstep, it's fine too for my unbirthday.
Yeah, not asking for much. Yeah, don't worry about it.
It's okay. I don't know. How do you think he's coming across? How do you think Mr. Welcher is coming across?
Well, not as clear as I think I would like. I don't think it's a good idea. You got the chart up there with massive numbers, and Dizzy sent me one that either she's found or has created because she does that stuff. And it just becomes a blur, without really being walked baby steps through it. And for him, he's effectively just like referencing, see, then you do this, and then you got this, and then you need to narrate it. You don't just show me a bunch of numbers and reference them without explanation. I think that's ineffective, and I think it's confusing. And I think at a certain point, people just go, yeah, wah 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 wah. They're not hearing anything. So I would want him to clarify that process. Sure, the chart's great. Show us where you got the information, but give me the information in a digestible chunk that it makes perfect sense to me. Don't just refer to numbers on the chart. I don't like that.
Yeah.
And I also think he's a little. I was mentioned earlier how he talked about when he didn't go to med school, it pissed off his parents. I just thought that was a weird phrase to throw out in open court. I'm not a prude, but I just think it's not. I mean, unless you're Proctor, it just seems like a little nonchalant, a little too familiar, right? So I think he is. I don't mind that he's kind of down to earth in that sense. I think that was too far, but I mean, in general, I don't mind that he's down to earth, and I think his rapport with Mr. Brennan, who has the charm of a toadstool. I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's from his perspective. I think it's fine. I just think he's not as professional as I want him to be, and he's not as good at communicating his key points as I would want him to be.
Yeah, I can see why people would like him. He could probably in a cocktail party really likable. I thought that story was weird too. I mean, people tell stories to endear themselves to the jury. I'm not sure that endeared him to the jury. They've been sitting there for how long now? We're in day, 22? Are we?
21?
21. We're in day 21. Yeah. And the jury obviously been sitting there longer because they had to be selected and all. They want answers. They're being asked to find somebody guilty of murder. Of murder. This is that people say, well, it's not intentional murder. Here's the way Massachusetts does it, the same way as New Jersey. If you do an act that you knowingly or purposely that you knowingly or purposely could cause a death or serious bodily injury, right? And I'm shortchanging it for you. That becomes like a implied malice, as some states call it. It means that you did something almost grossly recklessly that you knew could have caused death, right? And that's what they're doing with the first count. That's the first count. So it's basically, for those familiar with the term implied malice, by the act you're doing is so grossly negligent that you knew or should have known that it could cause a serious bodily injury resulting in death. That's really what the count is, just to put it in layperson's terms, if that does. So,
yeah,
right?
but and it involves in a mental element that it wasn't an accident, it wasn't negligent. There was an intentional action taken that could cause death or serious bodily injury, and that's that. I just don't see that evidence, and unless they're relying on the relationship going south, and she was so jealous that she had to take him out, I don't know what else they're relying on. But that sounds like that's the argument, and it's weak and it's poor, and I can't imagine any jury finding that element exists, that mens rea. I just don't see it. So again, we end up defaulting to the more reasonable claim, which is the negligence and the use of alcohol. That's what, if I were the defense, that'd be what bothers me. That'd be what I'm concerned about. That's what I'm fighting.
And that's why you got to go no collision, no collision, no collision. And you see, I think the whole idea of conspiracy has put people think that that's a burden on defense. They say, isn't that weird, right? Isn't that strange? Isn't that weird? No, look, if this were a fight between two guys that happened very quickly, then the dog got involved in the house, I can see very seasoned police officers saying, we're going to get blamed for this. What can we do? Or they didn't think that he was dead, right? Or dying. So
we'll just throw him out there. He'll come to.
He'll come to. Yeah. I can see that argument being made. Would that have been the better argument by the defense?
We thought they might have toned down the framing, and to this point they have, but they haven't had their case officially on yet. We'll see more when they put on their case. Is it going to be more about framing, like the first trial, or is it going to be more about just this camaraderie of these folks that something bad happened and they were doing the best to protect themselves, less than framing her? I mean, it's a matter of degree. But to answer your question, I think that's more believable, right? But it still paints all of the key characters on the McAlberts in a pretty horrible light. It's pretty despicable that you would be willing to do anything to protect yourself, even if short of framing somebody else, but to avoid taking responsibility for something, whether it be a fight, dog bite, throw them out on the lawn, or something more nefarious than that. I just think it makes you look bad, really, as a human being.
It doesn't give defense a burden of proof, and that's what I think is dangerous.
Of course, yeah. I mean, and we know the last jury did that. They basically said, well, they never proved conspiracy. And then, I mean, once the jury's got that in their minds, you're doomed.
Yeah. So Laura McLeod says what a lot of people have been thinking, that I've seen, that people have been emailing to us. JOK transferred to sex offender division when he took care of the children. We now know there was molestation and grooming of one victim, that's Sandra Birchmore, by police officers. That would be in the neighboring town. I often wonder how much JOK knew. And that's really interesting because, no arrests have been made by the state police or the Sutton police or whatever. In that case, it's the only arrest by the feds, right? We all know that. They seem to be able to arrest a protester who's wearing a sweatshirt that says criminals control Norfolk County, okay, but not for the murder of a young girl that somebody has been accused of. Now, I'll remind everybody he is innocent until proven guilty, and we stand by that. But with that, I give that big but. Okay, Katie, I was happy birthday, Madeira Beach caregiver. I'm completely confused. I only understand the siren went off with regard to Katie. Which siren? Okay, hold on. She follows it up. And thank you for your donations here. We really appreciate them. Also, does not help that as the guy explains the numbers, he is confusing the numbers. Also, he hasn't mentioned the date all this happened. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
You think Eliza's going to say, Ed, you relied on Shannon Burgess. Did you see he had all this happening a day later?
Yeah. Well, what's a day?
What's precision?
It is interesting that there hasn't even been an objection to that, which would be a reasonable objection to put a date on this. Otherwise, it's vague as to time. I know that the graphics, I'm sure that's why they're letting it slide, and everybody already knows. But yeah, that's a good point, because to me it just reinforces this confusion. It's just not as clear as it has to be. It has to be clear. It's not.
Yeah, yeah, and we know where the crash daddies are going. We know where ARCA's going to go. That the data does not support any collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. Now, what they're trying to say is well, we only looked at 10 seconds and that doesn't show a collision, or that the accident wasn't serious enough that it didn't register.
Yeah.
Well, come on.
You can't have it both ways.
You can't have it both ways.
You can't say it hits anything. Anything. I don't care if it's a post. I don't care if you hit the flagpole. Any contact that causes this kind of damage has to register with that vehicle. It just has to. Otherwise, how do you explain it? It does register acceleration. It does register hard braking. It does register a left turn, a right turn. Are you kidding me? None of those are violent acts. This is violent.
That's a violent act.
Pretty violent.
Come on. Go outside. No, I won't say. Go outside. Tell you, look at your tail light and start taking a hammer.
Yeah, go take a hammer to your tail light. See how that works.
You know, you start back, you build up your speed so you're running like a racehorse. You're not going to that whole inward, outward, and then your demonstration this week was pretty amazing. But before you go, before anything happens, I want to mention, because I did clip it for tonight, that when you did that ride last week, again, we've done it both ways. You in particular have done it. I've been here, backing up the fort, so to speak. You were followed, and I want to make no mistake about it, because I went back to listen to it, and the transcript is very clear. You don't want to worry everybody, but at 4:47 into that ride, you said, "I think a car is following me," but you didn't make a joke, as you normally do at 4:40. I'm sure.
Being paranoid.
It's just my paranoia anyway. But you and I have talked about it since. I want you to go on record and tell everybody why you believe you were followed, because I absolutely believe you were followed, because you don't make these things up lightly.
Yeah, well, first of all, it wouldn't be the first time. We know that there have been plenty of folks, would have been the first time for me. There have been plenty of folks that have been followed when they have shown up at what have become, tourist attractions, right? You go to D&E Pizza to see the cameras, which I did once, that caught the alleged Turtle Boy Aiden Carney's 17th charge related to witness intimidation. And by the way, he's going to be on Wednesday night. Wednesday night, right? Or Thursday night?
Wednesday night, 6 p.m. Wednesday night right now.
Tomorrow night.
The time changes, we'll let you know.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
It is confirmed.
So we've seen it before. I've been followed before in other cases that I've covered. And so you kind of get a sense. But when you're in an area at 12:32 and 12 seconds, 12:32:12, and nobody is around anywhere. It's a very well lit neighborhood. They have, they have actual street lights, and you take a turn from the subject street, Fairview, and somebody's immediately behind you. And the route you're taking it's not like I'm getting on the interstate. It's not like I'm going from a main thoroughfare to the interstate to another main thoroughfare where you might have a ton of cars going in that general direction to get somewhere. This is pretty darn specific surface streets with, a lot of stop signs. Nobody would go this way on purpose. It was just kind of, it's one of a couple of ways you can go. And there's got to be a faster way to get other places. So when I first mentioned it and noticed it, probably 2 car lengths behind me, not very far, it just never changed the whole time until I got past the house at 1 Meadows Avenue. I continued forward. I purposely did not turn into 1 Meadows Avenue because that house is right on the corner. So in terms of stopping the clock for travel time, it was fine. It was going to be virtually the same, but I didn't want to turn in there to reinforce this goofball behind me that I was, making that trip and that I was connecting the 2 very important points in this story. Now, then I drove on an extra block. And again, no other cars anywhere. I think one might have come past me on that whole route from the opposite direction. And that was it. So yeah, am I being paranoid? Well, I guess anything's possible. I just think in my experience, it was more likely than not somebody was concerned, mad, protective of their friends, their neighborhood. This could be just somebody in the neighborhood who's sick of people, sightseeing.
Yeah, but to follow you and then peel off from you.
Well, I guess their option was to continue following me to see where I went. I guess that was an option.
Yeah, but if they were going on a route that took them to, they would be still behind you and following you into it. They wouldn't be peeling off when you went straight after you passed that.
So it was weird. It was creepy. It was weird. It was not something I hadn't seen in the past. First time though I've seen it in this case, it is what it is. Nothing happened. So
Yeah, with that, let me just point, blessed mom in Texas, love this channel. I think Karen Reed will be acquitted. I do worry about second charge like that last jury. Defense needs to pound reasonable doubt. Lots of love to you all. Praying for Karen Reed. I'm sure she appreciates those. And of course, we appreciate our correspondent in Texas to let us know that the place where Shannon went in, Burgess said he worked out of, is no longer there because apparently when Aperture bought them, 3 years ago, did he say, or so, they moved him to Dallas and closed that location.
And Welcher, you know, also sold his. He had his own company he built, as opposed to Burgess, who was an employee somewhere else. But Welcher built his business and then sold it in 2022 to Aperture when they started collecting these smaller operations. And it's clear whoever's running Aperture, whoever's brainchild that was, their business model is to collect these stray expert enclaves and bring them under their bigger umbrella, just to create that. You heard Welcher didn't even really had to tick off how many offices they have. I should know this.
No, right.
I should know this. Well, and he got close. I think, they do have something like 13, 14, 15 of them across the country, mostly California, Texas, and Massachusetts. Yeah, I think that was their business model. And it's fine. I get that. But it's being exposed a little bit in this process, that it's not this, massive brick and mortar operation where you got a lot of, you can just picture labs, doing experiments and, there's a more conventional type business. This is a lot of it is virtual. A lot of it is just in the ether. So
yeah, it's like when we see these, expert witness groups, right? There's a big expert witness consulting or whatever, and they've either bought or they've get a relationship with a fee that they send cases to somebody and they take the whole case. Clearinghouse may not be the exact word, but that's what brings to mind in my mind.
Yep. I think that's what it is. And I'm sure they have some that are, because they do have some brick and mortar that aren't closed, but doesn't seem to be the majority of the folks that they have. What do you think about the visit 3 years later, on January 30, when he comes out to, I'm sorry, he went out in September 23, so it wasn't 3 years later. It was a year and a half later to actually look at the car. So he looks at the car then, and he does the whole scanning of the car. And other than to be able to say, I saw the car, both cars, the Traverse as well, I saw them, touched them, did my studies. Do you get anything from what he actually did when he saw the cars?
No, because he took like 400 and some pictures at one point, some other pictures, and then he can say, like, I can put it into a program, basically, and then tell you by inserting all this. But, the FBI has a program that we saw at Brian Koberger, where they come and they film everything, right, as it exists, and they put it in, and the computer can recreate a 3D model,
and so important because they tore that house down.
Right, especially in that case. So this is like the less refined variance of that, or variation of that. Taking all these photographs, I assume you did measurements, but we're not seeing those, but I'm sure they're there. House. I don't know. Did he have front door to house, or what? Did he do that? Did he, how high is the curb from Cedar Crest? How long is it?
The one thing I thought was interesting, and he didn't go anywhere with it, but when he had the pictures of the two vehicles, the Traverse and the Lexus, butted up to, because where one hit the other would be an important issue, right? Because if you could show that where the Lexus contacted the Traverse was not in alignment with the tail light, right? Therefore, did not cause the tail light to be broken, then that punches a hole in that defense argument. So that was important, but he didn't quite sync that up, in my opinion. Maybe that was just the foundation, and they're going to get back to it.
See what happens when you listen to experts. You're absolutely right, Blessed Mom from Texas. I read it really quickly. I read it, but I elevated you, that you could be one of our people,
that's right,
one of our correspondents on the ground. Thank you very much. But you see what happens when you take experts at the word? Okay. All right. I just point that out. Now we have some more questions, I think, for you. No, I think that's about it there. Oh, yeah, we do. We have more questions for you. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Katie, well, we know Donnie gave us more. We showed that, I think.
I don't think we
Katie,
did.
Donnie, gifted another Justice Serve TV membership. Donnie Knott Wahlberg, who's been one of our viewers all the time, gifted another Justice Serve. Thank you so much, Donnie Knott Wahlberg. Appreciate that. That helps people that can't afford to buy a membership. We really appreciate it. Katie again says, two more things from Katie. Thank you for your donation and your help. It'll help Michael Bryant when he goes back, not this week, but next week to Canton. Linda, it was the ambulance siren that went off. I know they're going to help someone. Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope. It's interesting that they said the ambulance sirens, they don't use them on the night of John O'Keefe died. They don't want to wake up neighborhoods.
Only for traffic purposes.
Only for traffic purposes. Very interesting. Katie, then again, this chart is so confusing. Also, now he said for the first time, Karen's car tires were slipping. He said 87 feet instead of 64 and saving more or less when Burgess said down to the second. You are so right. You are so right. So is Leslie going to have a field day if he's got so much to work with already? The question is, when does the jury get tired? When do they have enough? But that's you picked that up very well. And Blessed Mom from Texas gifted 5 more Justice
Thank
Serve
you so
TV
much.
members. Thank you very much. I am so sorry I confused you. But you know what? You could be a correspondent. We need help, as you can say. We're
That's
only
right.
two. We're 2 people with. We have a number of mods that are volunteers. Everyone tries to supporting this channel as we try to help you and support you and bring you what you want, along with our regular full-time law practices, by the way, just so you know, to making it count. Also another donation. Siren should be for the fraudster witness. Sorry, you made me laugh. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's great. That's it's good to have a sense of humor too, even this time of trauma and terror. And gosh, I mean, the worst thing you could have is a client that is either innocent and could be convicted, or that is innocent of a top charge and could be convicted. Okay, and I'm not saying that applies to Karen Reed. I'm just saying that applies to all clients. We as defense attorneys, because we get to go home at night and sleep in our own beds, even though we may toss and turn for a few months. All right. But that other person goes to jail. So, on that downer.
Yes, well, that's reality. That is reality. I'm scrolling through here to see if there are any things that we have chatted about that might be of interest.
I just think this. I think I wrote down. This was like my joke. I said it's the first thing I wrote on my legal pad this morning. This is a full-throated defense of Burgess.
Yes,
right?
It is. It's almost like if they just gaslight the jury about this guy's reliance on Burgess, people will forget about Burgess. That it just seems. I don't know if it's naive or desperate. I'm not sure which. This is not. Which blessed in Texas is this? It's not Blessed Mom. Okay. Girl, you missed the point. They're talking about amongst themselves. He lied all over the place. We're talking about Burgess. Whether you lie in the past or now, you're still a liar. He lied on paper. He admitted truth in person, so not to commit perjury. Yeah, well, that's true. I give him that much. He admitted when he was lying, and he watered it down as best he could when he could.
And that was the third witness we've had. That's the other problem. You had Jen McCabe, who lied to the FBI. She said, another agency, because the jury didn't hear it. You had Carrie Roberts, who didn't tell the truth to the grand jury. She said she misunderstood the question. And now you had this guy, right, who's saying, well, he was intending to go to school and get his degree. And he noticed that Burgess kind of covered that. Oh, it took me a long time to get my master's. It took me years to get it. That was an insidious way of trying to say that Shannon Burgess didn't lie to you. Katie, again, thank you, Katie. Here's a donation for both of you to get a coffee. Thank you for all you do, and thank you, Blessed, for the membership. Wow,
very nice.
We love it when all of you are talking with each other. And
would it be wrong if I got vodka instead? No, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my fault.
That's how I feel at the end of the day with this trial.
Speaking about, you're going to be leaving me at this point, and then
I know
tonight,
I've teased that I'm going to Where in the World is Justice to new links. We're going as further than we've ever gone before to find justice, and I've laid out the plan. Just kind of audibilizing instead of doing hints like we've done in the past about where I might be, I'm just going to show up. And then we'll talk a little bit about the reason I might be there, the case or the story that I might be talking about, and maybe do maybe three mugs, because we haven't done one in a while,
Right,
because
a
we've
long
been kind
time.
of latched in to Dedham and Canton, which would be kind of an easy guess. So that's what we'll do, and that'll begin tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. That'll be the first appearance, and that will be when
we do our show.
Aidan Carney's on too.
Right, when we
That's
do our
good.
show. And then what I want to say is tonight we will have, but we have Dr. Priya Banerjee. She's a board certified forensic pathologist. She knows the defense forensic pathologist, so she's going to be on. I'll have a few questions for her. She's going to be joining us. And then we're also going to be joined by Jason Grant, one of the plaintiffs who was wearing the religious sign about freedom that came right from the Bible verse. All right. Yep. It's a sad day in the United States when you can't have a Bible verse on you and be told that you could be violating a zone. And then the third person is going to be famed attorney, Mr. Tues, who does a lot of civil rights First Amendment work from Massachusetts, and he is going to be on the show. So we have a very jam-packed show tonight, actually, and especially with all of you helping, because I hope that all of you will have lively questions for us, when we are on, because that hour, we find the hour goes by extremely fast, and sometimes I know we tend to miss things, and we apologize if we do. That's why you see me scrolling here, and if I don't, our great producers try to put the questions where we can see them, and all. But then we miss our notes, but it's okay.
Yeah, Priya is great. We had Priya on. She was on Law and Crime a number of times. She was a great guest, and so she's a treat to have her. And then I met John. I'd seen Jason Grant before, obviously from being in and around the area, but we had a little more time up at federal court in Boston when the Randazza hearing took place, and he argued, and we talked about that over, I guess, last week. But John Tues was there as well, representing some of these larger journalistic organizations, all about First Amendment, all about freedom of speech. So he's a good guy, and it'll be a nice tandem. And remember, Grant is one of the first 4 plaintiffs in the first original suit for the protesters. He's the number 1 named guy. So if you're named first in a suit, the case becomes about you. So he is the Grant in that Grant suit against Judge Beverly Kenney. So.
Yeah, that's what gets cited if it gets put into writing and
that's right.
Approved for publication.
That's right.
By the way,
let me finish this thought, because in the federal trial court or federal district court, they are memorialized to some degree, whereas in state trial court, the lowest courts in state courts, they're not. You don't get an opinion from that; it has to be appealed. But in federal court, you get a version of an opinion even at the district court level.
So he'll be famous forevermore.
He'll be famous. He'll be in there. Grant versus Kenney. Yeah.
Yeah. Blessed Mom from Texas. There's 542 in the chat. There's almost 1,000 of you right now. The video. Please hit that video. Thank you for doing my job. I appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Somebody, I can't ever do that.
Share the bell, get notified, and let's go over 25,000 subs.
That'd be great. Wouldn't that be great?
That'd be great.
I think that's a good and perhaps attainable goal as we're a few months away from our 1-year anniversary of really getting into this, right? It's after the summer. That could happen.
Easily happen. That'd be a quick way to get there too. Chris Webb, which sensor? I have 3 questions for you. Before I do this, let me just say that 5 more memberships gifted by Joey Kane. Then we have one membership, and then another membership, and then another membership. Okay, so 3. Joey. And if you haven't looked at some of Joey's work, who did Mr. Fluffernutter for me, please do. So let me answer these 2 questions. Chris Webb, which sensors is the ECU capturing from the data? Are those sensors calibrated? How is the ECU calibrated to speed? Good questions.
Yeah, all good questions. Hold on. Let me get Mr. Burgess on the line. Hello. Oh, he's in class.
Good questions. We don't know. I mean, that if you're going to have a violation of even a pounds and weights of something in the store, you have to have a certificate of calibration of the data, where the data came from, right? The the metrics, the ruler, whatever. That's why even when we do photographs, we use a Kodak gray ruler, right, in the scenes usually, because it calibrates the color to see if it's off. You can then calibrate it from that color. So good question. We don't have an answer to those, okay? Bittersweet, JSTV, okay, I understand Bev approved the change. What I don't understand, is it legal what she is doing? I'm trying to understand the legality of it. Well, she's the judge, so she can do whatever she wants, okay? And the problem is, if Karen Reed gets convicted, the appellate courts will say, usually, just like she says, oh, Mr. Lessie, you did such a good job. There wasn't any prejudice. Yes, it was a change, but you were prepared for it. So we're going to say that it's no reversible error.
Yep. The appellate courts defer tremendously to the trial court. They bend over backwards. Even if they find an error, they find it's harmless and you move on. And so in this case, yeah, you had your remedy, which was your robust cross-examination.
Yeah, that's what she said. And yet I pointed out in one of the first thing I did on Twitter is that she at one point said this morning that voir dire you're looking for is going to take a whole day, and I'd like to avoid that. So clearly she limited Leslie to what, 5 minutes, maybe 10, because Leslie kept saying, we don't have much time. Could you just answer the question? Answer the question. She actually sustained some objections because he wasn't answering the question, or he was filibustering the question, as I tend to do here, because normally she lets someone answer. So it seems to me she gave some kind of voir dire, maybe not the full one the defense wanted, but a limited one. And that unless he got to the boom point he wanted to make, that there was a change of data, and it was based on Burgess. And I think that would really,
that's clearly the key. He got him on the record there, so that's locked, and he'll get into that in his cross-examination. But they had the sidebar that preceded that was forever. So, it could not have been just an argument on that point. It had to be some other stuff, and maybe it was, you saw the note of the new witnesses that have been listed.
Right.
What's your take on that?
The Proctor's not going to be called. They're going to get those texts in through.
So these are the recipient buddies. That's what you believe. I still think that's a missed opportunity, but we'll see.
Let's see. Yeah. Somebody looked at he's out of state. Well, if he's out of state, then he's unavailable for subpoena. And you can use his first trial testimony. So that's right. The best thing that could happen.
That would be, because then you just have, can we get some actors to read that, please? Get in there and read those texts.
Katie has one more question.
It could be, I thought that maybe they were going to use those to buttress and corroborate. They were on, and maybe add context to Proctor's back and forth in those texts, because remember, he was very evasive in terms of what the context was. Hey, the owners of Boston, the owner of the house is going to take some shit. Nah, he's a Boston cop too. He wouldn't even connect those two thoughts, right? So the other folks in the chain might be able to give some context. I don't know. We'll see. Go ahead, Katie. Katie's got a question.
Yeah, one more question. I'm going to let you answer it, Michael. What was the point of the voir dire? I mean, he admitted he changed the time to match. Well, actually, it was Whiffen. It was actually to match Burgess, I think. How can he testify? Burgess. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, because the whole point was to get him to commit that he did make a change, and that change was reliant on the 5/8/25 report of Burgess, which we know was changed mid-trial. So now he's got these guys, now unless he has them, in concert in these late changes. And why can they allow? Of course, they can, if the judge is going to allow it, they will. Cross-examination will try to expose it. But remember, it all goes to what the jury thinks of it. You expose these interesting maneuvers, the jury gets to evaluate that and say, well, why would they change their information? And why would the expert rely on it? And why would the expert rely on the other expert who's changed it? I mean, that's just kind of a common sense approach that hopefully the jury will take and question the ultimate opinions of these experts, because that's the bottom line. These experts are providing an opinion to the jury. How do you attack that? You attack the basis for those opinions. Well, now I'm attacking evidence that came in mid-trial and is being relied upon not by one expert, but two experts. So hopefully, if you're the defense, you're knocking the legs out from under those opinions.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up. Do you think the prosecution would go so far as to get Whiffen to now change his report and want to put Paul Whiffen in rebuttal?
That's dangerous. I would not. I don't think I would. I think it looks desperate, and I can't count on Whiffen. I can't count on him coming through if I put him back on. You know, he had his own problems.
Anyway, Katie says he absolutely said whiffing. Isn't that interesting? Because I wrote down Burgess. Maybe
So did
that's
I.
what I wanted to hear.
You know, I'm listening to the date. You know, the May 8th report, and yeah. What does that tell
That'd
you?
be interesting if he was to change whiffing and Burgess. You know, they all want. It looks like they all want to become in sync, but independently. Maybe the sequestration order had some effect. Although you heard Michael. Correct me if I'm wrong. Judson Welcher say. That his he was getting emails and phone calls.
Yes, and he didn't look at them though.
Oh, he didn't listen to look at one email. Oh, the judge said I was supposed to look at it, so I didn't. Come on, you're the vice president of the company. It has to do with Aperture.
And then he did admit to, well, I might have looked quickly at one or two of them. Yeah, he was probably gobbling those up like M&Ms. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, this is the company that he's vice president of. I mean, if Hank Brennan meets you, and also Tully picks him up at the airport. And it seemed to me that he was a little evasive when Leslie said, what conversation referring to? All since the beginning? No, Leslie said, I've been talking about the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. So he said, you mean just covering the last 10 days? Then I came thinking, well, what's Lieutenant Tully? Why is he talking to him at all? I could see, Brennan telling him to change a word or two, as apparently he did. But what's Tully got to offer the expert? That's odd to me.
Yeah, it turns out in the Jason Williams murder trial, which I was across the street and I was running the forensics from across the street and consulting and all, the prosecution had held a report that they had the gun tampered with and all, but also had one of the experts had sent the report to the prosecution. The prosecution actually wrote on it the changes they wanted. Okay. And that really was bothersome to the judge. He allowed a fully throated cross-examination on that. And I'm sure that had a lot to do with it. You can't look like you're the prosecution tool if you say you're independent.
Right. Yeah. And what was it he said at some point? I have no dog in this fight. Poor Chloe, once again being brought into the mix. Yes, I just thought that was a little self-serving. Dude, come on. The defense is going to make it very clear you got somebody paying you. So whether you consider that having a dog in the fight or not, I appreciate the theory, but yeah, you're a hired gun. They know it or will. So yeah, to say you don't have a dog in the fight. I mean, I appreciate saying I'm just looking for, I'm taking facts, information, coming up with a conclusion. That's fine. I get that. But I don't have a dog in this fight. Sure. Okay.
Well, that's why I think it's so outrageous that Judge Kenney won't allow ARCA to say that they were hired by the Department of Justice, because who you're hired by, once you've made an indication or representation about having no dog in the fight, that you're independent, even though you're hired by the prosecution, and you may not. There's a lot of experts who this is their opinion, right, and put out there. But once you say that, it's very important that the jury understands that they're the ones who really had no dog in the fight.
Exactly.
Okay?
And so you should be able to ask them the same question, and you should certainly be able to make it clear that the defense did not hire you. But now it's very muddy, remember, because they did hire them after the fact. So it's not the clean break that it was the first time around. Now they're in, and we know that was the pearl clutching moment with the judge, causing her grave concerns. So that's not as clean as it was the first time, which is too bad for the defense.
Yeah. So Elliot Jamison points out that they're already 12 minutes late. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Let's see. It's almost 2:00, which means they may not even get through all of this testimony, although they will. I'm sure that Brennan wants to take it to the end of the day so that you're going to give Alessi overnight.
Yeah. That's the last thing you want, more prep time for Alessi.
Yeah, but he's going to have it no matter what, because there's no way he's starting and finishing a cross-examination today. What are your thoughts? That he's going to take all, Alessi will take? Alessi's not very long.
It's only 2 hours. It's not a long time. It's only, and that doesn't count whatever little hiccups are going to come along the way that stop his direct examination. Yeah, I think best case scenario for him, if he gets anywhere near 4, like 3:40, then they'll call it, I think.
Yeah.
That'll be the end of the day.
Yeah, and Thursday's a half day, so you anticipate that the judge is thinking that Welcher goes through Thursday, and then Friday is for her to decide motions. Although last time she didn't do any motions in the public courtroom.
In open court, that's wrong. Yeah, I would hope that they do, but Who knows? Yeah, if they don't, it could be effectively a dark day. Motions, but just nothing broadcast.
Or does the defense get an opportunity to start their case before the weekend? So the jury is going. I mean, this is the theater of trying a case. People don't realize it, right? It's the theater of when you put witnesses on, the primacy, recency, what has the most effect, what's the jury looking for. So if you're the defense, who are you calling first?
Oh boy. I would probably pick somebody that some people don't think will be called, and that would be Higgins.
I know you're big on Higgins.
I'm big on Higgy.
I think you have to get somebody you can control as your first witness. You need to lean into that jury. That what they hear first, again, primacy, is going to be something extremely, extremely important. Do you call your own medical examiner? Say no collision. I mean, it's tough to begin with the science, but
well, interestingly, if they end with Welcher, as we expect, then maybe you start with ARCA guys, so you're immediately confronting what the jury last heard.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
I like the more salacious stuff. I think it peps up the jury. It gives them a little something, a little zing to get started. And that would depend on whether it's going to be Friday or Monday.
Yeah, that's true. Kimberly Hoffman, thank you for your donation. I am so impressed with Michael. I thought he would be for this witness. Love his honesty. Oh, wow. One thing we know about our Michael, he tries to be honest. He tells you what he thinks. Sometimes it does come out of his mouth. Just like comes out of mine. He can be so honest. I think we got dinged by YouTube for the F word, but
is that what happened? I can't remember because I was looking at you get a notice and it says it's been flagged for whatever, violating their standards, and I having seen stuff I didn't know there were standards, but I think it really affects advertisers, and what they do is, and it's all through AI, although I think we appealed and then they have a human actually look at it, and they look at it for various subject matter, language. Domestic violence is an issue. People, not just murder cases and trials, but things involving violence against individuals. They will flag that because they don't want it going into the mix where just a generic advertiser is attached to the content. Then the advertiser gets mad because you put them on this questionable topic. But the way they figure it out is so random. There's no way for they don't even tell you this specifically is the reason, because then you could say, oh, great, we know, and now maybe we can tailor our content accordingly. They don't tell you. They just say no.
Yeah. And I was watching one of our episodes one time, and it was, the first one was like a natural remedy for your husband's issues, okay, and the second was to smell a woman's body part for a body deodorant or something like that. And I won't even say it because it may get us flagged to even say what the ad was. So how are we gonna do Diddy? How are we gonna do Diddy? I mean,
yeah, you have to come up with code words, I think.
We say the word Gucci for every time there's a sex word. I don't know. Listen, in Texas, JSTV, why are witnesses talking to Tully? Michael?
Yeah, what was the question? Why or what?
Witnesses talking to Tully. I'm sorry.
In what context?
Guess what?
Oh, they're back.
They're back. Well, because he picked this witness up at the airport, and
that's what I thought was weird. That's why I asked the same question.
The next slide is 35.
Okay, I'm going to get out of here. I will see you next time from far away.
All right, see you tomorrow night, Michael. I'll hold down the fort.
All right.
And we can identify each category as you discuss it, and
I'm going to go behind my Tues avatar, but I will be here.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I used to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerator is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started, or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35, forward. And then I'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point I pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the tech stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
I'm going to allow it.
It's Again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate it.
get the answer again.
Do you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure, it matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
Sir, I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you wanted to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear tail light of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website, and then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs, and what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can we get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth? Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these 2 spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. You could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed a slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's the laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. And remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks, create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet, and we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle, we can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration, and it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other, the exact contact. Now, I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged, and we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it, I've looked at the back of it, I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between 0.5 to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide over, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's Traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact? Huh. I don't know what happened this time. The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway?
He's missing a
after
slide.
the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
While he's looking, by the way, 007 Texas, it's okay if he's narrating as long as there's no objection from the lessees.
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry? 105, yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow. and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards, or actually sideways, into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the tail light. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the tail light, and I'll line it up with the broken tail light in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck, and pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side slight collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have 1 foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. Oh.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, you know, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll show this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Rhonda, can we approach, please?
Yes.
Okay. I actually was at my printer. I was printing this out before I get to your questions. This is ridiculous, all right? Because after all those objections about no collision, he just assumed a collision. Now, I know Leslie, if I were Leslie, I'd be taking days with him, okay? Because he assumed the collision. He's trying to make it work. He walks into a grease paint of a car and gets impacted at the grease paint. He shows it, but he chooses the point of impact. And also, I don't know if the level of the substrate below him is the same as the level of the substrate and where John O'Keefe was at 34 Fairview. These are not the same things. And I was going to have the car hit him at 2 miles an hour to show, well, you could get injuries here. And I guess afterwards, what he's going to try to do is break a polycarbonate and try to break it with a hammer and talk about the degree of force. But this is ridiculous. Okay, let's go to some of your questions right now. Just by the way, this was a leftover from before. To making a count, having Proctor as a last witness, go with the bang for the jury, the long-awaited name to face, coupled with good text right before the defense closing argument. Could be, except that then Hank gets to cross-examine and bring out all of these other points. So I don't know. I'm not. I thought they had initially call him, but we'll see. That's certainly an option to leave open because, you know, as you said, the jury doesn't know who he is, what he looks like, and why he got terminated. And of course, you want to get that into him as to why. And then, but let me see. Blessed in Texas. Let me see. Okay, let me just do this. To making a count. We just did that one. Blessed in Texas. I know my thought is unpopular, but he's a PhD established company. And while we don't agree with his analysis of data, I don't think personal insults are necessary. I think you're absolutely right. And we've heard from someone we respect, Stephen Plord, who says that Welch is a very good accident reconstructionist. He's worked with him and against him. So don't do personal insults against anybody. I hate it when I'm in trial and people personally insulted. I hate it when somebody was on the chat and decides to personally insult me, right? You know, oh, you look ill. You know, why? Because I'm not agreeing with you. Personal insults, there's no place for that here. Okay, thank you for Blessed in Texas. To making a count again. Linda, we need to see your face. Yeah. Oh, you saw my, well, first I was yawning because I was like, oh, this is boring. But as soon as we started with this stuff, as I said, I had to go make a screenshot of it because I want to talk about it, lead off the show with it tonight. Before we get to Dr. Priya Banerjee, forensic pathologist. So I want to talk about that because I was like, This is trying to make, you're trying to make it fit. It's not right. All right. Especially since the medical examiner said no evidence of a collision. He's trying to say, well, you could have evidence of a collision. I'm showing you how it could happen. But medically, there's no evidence of a collision. All right. So there we go with that. Dear Beach caregiver just now tuning in. What's this fairy tale they're making? Well, you know what? The jury could say it's a fairy tale. I wouldn't go there. I mean, I just think it sounds like they're trying to push too hard that she collided. And there was nothing that said collision. Remember, there was Hank said something about a collision and there was an objection and the judge made him take it back. Because there's nothing about a collision happening. His report's trying to say, look, this is where the car could have impacted John O'Keefe, and therefore we can assume a collision. That's where he's going there right now. Okay, Madeira Beach caregiver, hire a stuntman Aperture. Yeah. Oh, I don't think that's going to happen because the stuntman's going to have all sorts of protections on him too. But the problem is that this side swiping or clipping. Now you know where this came from in Hank Brennan's opening about that John O'Keefe was clipped. That was the word he used. But if indeed you can't crack a windshield on the hit at John O'Keefe's house, you're not cracking it with this here, just not happening. All right. And he says, well, he assumed it because there was pieces of polycarbonate found at the scene. But that was after Karen Reed's car was impounded that was found. And we all know the whole area about that. And then he goes and, there's no match to this glass putting together from the waterfall. And yet he goes and buys one from the waterfall distributor, even not sure if it's the same glass. So, I mean, what we're going to see there. I mean, I just think that for a judge to allow all this in without the data being specifically the same is really wrong. And by the way, he calls about his medical terminology. He wants to make a distinction between the arm and the forearm. And where it is, the jury's going to see arm, okay? The jury's going to say arm. They don't care whether forearm, whether it's from the shoulder to the elbow, from the elbow to the wrist. They don't care about that. There's actually injuries on all portions of it. And he's actually got John O'Keefe's arm there. There's actually injuries on all portions of it. So I'm not buying this. This is not impactful for me, but that doesn't mean it's not impactful for the jury. And you're my jury. but we kind of all think alike. That's why you're here. And, you know, as we said, it's our belief that the state must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And to me, I actually wrote down in my notes when Hank asked the question about, did you try to indirectly exclude collision? I actually wrote down snake, okay? Because I thought it simply was wrong, okay? And before that, he had another objectionable question. I thought that was wrong, okay? Now, we know that Hank Brennan's trying to take this to 4 o'clock because the next area he has to go into is the breaking of the polycarbonate. That's my opinion. And now the defense knows all this. Remember, we haven't seen these reports, right? But the defense knows all these reports. Welcher was cross-examined in the first trial. He's got some different opinions in the second trial. That's going to, impact the cross-examination. But I would notice you're absolutely right. There's Sue from NBC says that the jury is taking it seriously because the jury wants to do their job and they want to hear this. And the danger that Karen Reed has, right? The danger that Karen Reed has, Michael Bryant and I have talked about it, okay? That the jury could say, oh, with all this stuff, we're just throwing it all out, he's dead. She was the last person who says she spoke to him, talked to him, and therefore, she must have clipped him. Right? That's the danger for her. I don't think that's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that's not. But again, we are not the jury. And in the first trial, the defense, and I've said this, erred when they left a former cop on the jury. Did they err this time in any of the jury selection? Because you need that one juror to stand up in the middle of all this about, we don't know, could it have been, possibly this type of thing, because these are the little things that jurors can hang their hats on, that arm. These are the little things that that jury room can hang their hats on. But you need one juror to get there and say, look, our job is not, other ladies and gentlemen, to decide what we think likely happened. And our job is not to solve this case. Our job is to see whether the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, look at that. Well, when Robert and Leslie, those smiles at Hank Brennan like that.
What slide is this?
Ooh.
I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank
Did you
you.
see that? I mean, that little smile, that's it sounds like Leslie may have won that sidebar.
When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
But in no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no.
Leslie did win that. Leslie did win that.
An hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
What we need
So
to
when you
do
walked
to
up to
prove
the
the
passenger
prosecution's
side, it
case,
wasn't
we
to
think, or to
replicate
help it.
a study or a movement or giving an opinion.
No, that walking had
simply-
nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you
That's
for that
why Leslie was
clarification.
smiling, everyone.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
Okay, I'm here. I'm going to go behind Tues'
So this is
avatar. I don't want to
the
influence you
dynamic
with my
test,
facial
test 2.
gestures.
So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
Amid the confusion. Oh, music to a defense attorney's ears.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
that I
okay.
would like to-
All
Here we
right, so
go.
that's noted, Mr. Larson.
All right, here we go. The objection we spoke about, because he's assuming an impact and then going back to say,
So
well, how could
similar
it
to the
happen?
other test,
He's not
this is
showing that the science
post-contact
proved an impact.
image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, this yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection to speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you, Your Honor.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Let me tell you that she should be
Looking at
giving
the
an
picture of the
instruction, not
Lexus
just
bottom
striking it.
right
Jury doesn't know
middle.
what that means. This is the
Are
third
there
time
any
now.
marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are?
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Your Honor, I'm going to object
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a half-centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the, again, the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is, was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway, this is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
So, I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to sidebar, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line, you can imagine, is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike.
Removed from the screen.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down, and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Okay, I was just posting a X post, our Twitter account. I said now 6 times his answer struck as he finally, as you know, struck 6 times finally, an instruction from the judge. You almost missed it. When I tell you that something is struck, you're not to consider it. Okay, that's what she said, showing some literature about medicine. Now another move to strike, that's going to be 7 times. All right. This is ridiculous. This is going on. Ridiculous, right? It's just unbelievable. Quite frankly, she's now seeing them at sidebar because the question is, how is he going to, he's showing a document that we can all read. And he's saying from his document, he's comparing where you get head fractures from and all sorts of things like that. I mean, it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay. You shouldn't even be allowed to go there. Blessed in Texas said, I just paused on John's autopsy photo mistakenly showed. Commonwealth has been showing wound higher on skull in trial 1 and up to now it's directly on the back of his head. It's kind of like, you know, back here. All right. Where you kind of come out and when you hit something. But he's now a medical examiner. Okay, we'll talk to Dr. Priya Banerjee tonight. Now you have to take in obviously where impacts occur in your accident reconstruction, your biomechanical engineer. I'm not saying that, but what he's doing is he's trying to show. Well, I have an article here. And it's an article that shows you that you could have these kind of injuries, even though the medical examiner, who's probably seen a lot more deaths from vehicle impact strikes than he has, right, is said there's no indication that a vehicle struck John O'Keefe. And remember, there's also, and we'll talk about it with Dr. Banerjee tonight too. Also, let me see if I can go through them. Dr. Rini Scortibello, Dr. Frank Sheridan, who you're going to hear from, Dr. Elizabeth Lapisoto, who you're going to hear from, you know, and of course, the prosecution didn't call their own neuropathologist, Dr. Renee Stonebridge, about this type of issue at all. But this guy, Welcher, he wants to give the prosecution what he wants. I mean, the grease paint thing, I think, is ridiculous. Yeah, okay. So what? If I kind of like do this, and I decide where I'm going to place my arm on the back of a car, I can show that I could have injuries where John O'Keefe's arm, or excuse me, his arm and his forearm was, because he makes a distinction, right, between the arm and the forearm. Okay, yeah. If I go up to Tubi and I say, Tubi, kiss me over here, you know, and bring it up to my face, I'm going to show, hey, look, my dog can kiss me on my face. Well, yeah, big deal. Okay, big deal. I mean, I'm finding this I'm finding this outrageous because this is how people get wrongfully convicted. Yet, I'm going to tell you that the jury could be listening and it could have an effect on them, because if they think by this time, if they formed an opinion in their minds, or a bet, because they don't form an opinion, a bet by this time that she had hit him, this can go into reinforcing them no matter how bad the science is, right? No matter how bad the science is, this go back to
Mr.
reinforcement.
Lessie, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript or not?
We're doing something in open court? I can't believe it.
Yes.
Now remember, the jury is right behind them. The jury is right behind them. Okay?
talking, court still in session.
So obviously the jury, somebody is talking, but this is jury's right behind them. But you know, the judge finally instructed the jury what move to strike means, but that doesn't mean they took it out of their notebooks in the past on the other the six prior times. Okay.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me. You have it in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor, yes. 124.
They're obviously going to remove some slides or not show them as they go through the PowerPoint.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
Right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
This is how the sausage is being made, people.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So 124.
Triple M, you do not have that.
So what we're seeing, obviously, is some slides are about to be redacted that went into this whole improbable area. You know, you know, this is
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
Yes, Welcher has been controlling the slides, as you know. You're absolutely right, Diz. He has been controlling the slides, and he gets to, and that's why she tells him to take that down, take this down, take that down. You did hear that. Now, what is she saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you
Hey,
could
I just
do
said
that
5
for
minutes
us,
per honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Oh, the jurors weren't there. I thought the jurors were there. She sent the jurors out. That's really interesting.
Sure.
That makes a lot more sense to me that she sent the jurors out. And then she did this in open court. I think she's, even the judge is a little bit tired and about this. And also you'd have to bring him up to the sidebar. You know, so what? This is the way the skull looks. That's why you're going to have medical experts testifying there. And he's talking about where you get more people die in automobile accidents, from brain injuries. That's why the medical examiner who sees those deaths is the most qualified to talk about them. Duh.
Not on the record, Chris.
Let's see if we can hear. Oh, they're going off the record. Now they're back on the record. Now they're going to go to sidebar, it appears. I'm trying to lean in. You know how you lean in to find things? I'm trying to lean in. Hank Brennan, I think she's going to let the jury go home and not let Alessi start today, by the way. But I'm not sure this is a bad thing because right now it does look like there's some confusion. And as I popped out before and I said confusion, those are the words every defense attorney wants to hear.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
I'm trying to listen. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137.
All right, now we had turned. So this is not going to be on the record. This is Alessi apparently taking something, telling him to take something out of his slide. Now we're back on the record.
Jan, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike a
Okay, Your Honor, we struck one side, then she said I didn't strike it.
back once the head is on, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why we're
Right,
saying,
but the
everything-
ones, all right, so we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
So
talk
are we
about
starting
this whole
on
thing
slide
tonight.
132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Starting on slide 132, everyone, whatever that is. We haven't seen the PowerPoint, except in court. An anatomy class run by somebody who's clearly that grease paint got me. I mean, that grease paint got me. You know, you don't know the substrate. You don't know the height of the substrate for the tires. You don't know any of that. You just make a glancing blow, and you show that if the car hits, you could have that. Yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on, but I assume since we're talking about now the injuries, at some point they're going to get to the polycarbonate and its ability to break. But he's trying to establish, you see, an impact, right? He's trying to establish an impact right now. The jurors probably all went into the jury room, then they all use the restroom and all, because remember, they don't know how long this is going to be. Sometimes they get back in there and they're gone for an hour and a half instead of 5 minutes, all right? So now we have everyone in place. Now, the question I have is, does Dr. Welcher feel a little bit pushed back on?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
Oh, wow. He's scared if you ask him that. Well,
Yes,
that's because you showed.
I redacted everything, and we are on slide 132.
So we know that things have been
It appears
redacted.
that way to me, Mr. Lessie, from here.
The battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
We're in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but actually, no, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh my gosh, this is like well, this is actually good for the defense, except they're not seeing, the jury's not seeing the comedy of errors. They're just thinking that it's another sidebar. And they won't know, they don't know that he had to redact slides and all. But I think that whole, as I posted, the judge needed to give an instruction on the word strike. At one point, she said, I don't want to highlight it. That was on number 1, okay? But when you get to number 7, and then when number 6, she did give the instruction, and she said, when I say strike, you have to disregard it. Well, that doesn't tell them you're supposed to take it out of your books, cross it out of any of your notebooks you have. That was improper testimony. You shouldn't have heard it. That's the instruction, okay? That's the instruction. You have to disregard it. How can they disregard it? They probably still wrote it down, right? And they don't write down disregard. I mean, this is like a comedy of errors at this point, and all. And yet, and you know that it's like you see the elephant in the room, or maybe you don't see the elephant in the room in some of these eyewitness studies. All right, I guess the jury is coming in now. That's why we're going to the fan. We'll see. What can happen here? But Hank Brennan's taking this to 4 o'clock, and his end is going to be somehow the polycarbonate could fracture with a 2-mile-an-hour hit or something like that. I don't know what he's going to say. All of you are I can't believe this is going on. I actually tested to Michael Bryant, who's listening to this, and I said, "You believe this?" And he said, "Nope, I can't believe it. Can't believe this is." All right, here we go. Let's go back into court. I'll be behind Tubi Avatar. You know how quickly I'll get to you.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? (132) or 133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well.
He's not getting the memo. Yes, we skipped over them because they've been redacted.
If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there were studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Okay, explain that.
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through this chart?
How about a dog bite?
So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture,
in the face with
what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop tests. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to, say, fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay. So
He's talking to the judge
I will
himself.
show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is a crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you will get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Prior to that, please explain what the chart is before you explain it.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, on the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand in the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput
Occipital
impacts.
bone.
And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture.
I don't get it because
So,
it doesn't bother me if there's a
Mr.
skull
O'Keefe,
fracture
again, is
from a
73
dog
inches
attack
tall.
and landing on a hard surface, or
occiput is
landing on
about
a hard surface that has
4.6
an
inches down
imprint
from the
on
top
it,
of the
that
skull.
J imprint.
That means
So
it would
what?
fall
I mean, they think that landing on a hard
total of
surface
about,
hurts the defense. I don't.
73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. what is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to scientific literature.
Freeze? What?
My testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question. So I'm going to go through some data.
So, try not to read, don't read from your report.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again,
Everything I
you've
said
seen
before.
my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify
Well,
that
never
the
talk to the
injury
medical examiner.
pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Ms. Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Go into an
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm going to strike that. I'm going to see conflicts out for just.
That's number 8. He just made it scientific certainty. Now, let me tell you something. This I know about. Massachusetts does not allow experts who are not real scientists, like doctors, to say scientific certainty. They had an opinion dealing with ballistics, and they said you can only say ballistic certainty because it is not science. They take that very seriously on the top court. And he just morphed from engineering certainty to scientific certainty. I know this well because of trying Hernandez and knowing about the cases in Massachusetts where the Supreme Judicial Court in Massachusetts said, you cannot say that. That was reversible error in that case. And they developed a whole area of law that said, therefore, you can only say, for instance, in ballistic certainty, because to say scientific certainty gives you an aura about you, gives your opinion an aura, makes it more important than it is, makes it more selling to the jury than it is. And that is a big reversible error no-no. So the question is she going to do anything about it? Is she going to instruct the jury about it? Because she knows that if she allows this to stand, that is reversible error right there. Okay, I'm telling you right now. I'll find the name of the case. It has to do with ballistics. You could all look it up. It was before I tried Hernandez that the Supreme Judicial Court came down with it. So they do not allow that. They simply do not allow that. Now, if I had a rant, that would not be a rant. This would be a lecture, okay? Right, because he's been rattled, right? He's been rattled by Alessi. He's been rattled by the fact that he couldn't use some of his slides. He has been rattled by the fact he couldn't read his opinion. I think it went downhill. I think if they left him early on, where he had talked about certain things that were in his kin, you know, kind of stay in your lane, really stay in your lane, as opposed to this expansive stuff that he wanted to do, he would have been a much more effective witness for the prosecution. But this is ridiculous. He even said something about the freeze. He even threw in about the freeze. So what he was trying to get to was something about the hypothermia, right? Was something about the hypothermia that was discussed in court. That's discussed by the medical examiner when he said the freeze, all right? Because clearly the judge limited him on the medical examiner, right? They limited him on the medical examiner, okay? So, I mean, you know, remember in the previous trials, the court had ruled that only somebody who's a medical doctor can rule on the cause and manner, the nature of John O'Keefe's injuries, okay? And that right now, she's kind of like, you know, that's in the breach here with this guy. All right, now he may be a very good accident reconstructionist, but here's the problem. When you try to prove the prosecution's case and you want to come in and be the savior, and more importantly, you want to be the savior, in my opinion, because you need to protect Aperture. You're the vice president, right? You obviously bought out by the people that are the money people in there. You've got Shannon Burgess, who's an issue. He already said that he knew about all the issues with Shannon Burgess that had come, although he supposedly didn't read them, although he read maybe a few lines because the judge told him he couldn't. But you know, this is ridiculous. So I'm going to tweet here. Welcher now move to strike 8 times. Okay, move to strike 8 times. 8 times. Sidebar. This is a big deal, and I'm tweeting. This is his morphing. And I'm telling you what I'm going to do for justice. His morphing from engineering certainty to and you know I don't keyboard well, so it takes me longer. Scientific certainty is a big no in Massachusetts. Okay, I'll have more, and I will have more on this on tonight's show. All right, just so you know where I'm going to be going tonight, and tonight's show at 6. Okay, so the case again has to do with ballistics. You could probably Google it. If my recollection, it will come up on Google. So it could be reversible error. I mean, she's going to try to correct it. I think there has to be an instruction here where the defense has to now ask for it. They have to ask for an instruction on this because, you know, now move to strike 8 times. Granted, sidebar, his morphing on engineering certainty is a big no-no. What's tonight's show? Okay, I watch. So I just tweeted that. Okay, just so you all know. You've been with me on this journey today, following this. When we talked about when it's been good for the prosecution, when it's been good for the defense, but this is a big, big no-no because he wanted to get it into court. Now, I don't know if they know about this. Okay, Jason Graham points out Bev made Dr. Russell and the architects would come back in and let Hank question them and said it was a close decision that they'd be allowed to testify in trial too. But this guy, no problem. I know we're all feeling that. I don't know if the defense knows about this ballistic opinion. They should know about it because as I said, it's just a big deal. It's a big deal. So Jason, you're absolutely right. And Jason, by the way, you're going to be on tonight. Okay. Your schedule, just so you know, everyone knows Jason's coming on about 6:30. He's going to talk about the First Amendment. But this is, if I curse, I would say, but I'll get a strike from YouTube. This is a big deal, okay, on this specific issue. And the fact that he just threw it in there because he wanted to help. Probably in other courts, he gets to say scientific certainty is the issue. In other courts, they're a little looser about whether a biomechanical person is a scientist and scientific certainty. But in Massachusetts, they find that unless you're a medical doctor, you are not, okay? And that's probably what led the judge initially to talk about you couldn't have people relating injuries unless they were a medical expert, right? This is, and you see this sidebar is taking a long time. Now, Jason, I know you're going to be here. I can't wait. We have a picture of you and your sign, and you are pointing out the absolute truth, okay? And by the way, in this network and streaming channel, Jason has a right, even though we're not technically First Amendment because we're not the government, a right to say this. And he's going to say it. And we're going to let him say it. And we're going to let him talk about how this has impacted him, this First Amendment thing. Because what Mark Randazzo, who represents a lot of the plaintiffs, including our own Michael Bryant here, has pointed out, he initially thought maybe this was an overreach by the defense, what they were saying happened. But given the fact that the only people that have been arrested or threatened to be arrested are journalists and, someone like Jason Grant, and a woman wearing the microdot sweatshirt, and they can't arrest the alleged killer of Sandra Birchmore, leads you to believe that we understand what the issues are. And now this becomes an issue. So we see it through the light that Jason sees it through, okay? Now, I don't even see a fan, right? I don't even see a fan going here. They're not even on a fan. This I'm telling you, this is a real big deal. You can't make this up. Those of you who are good with Google, just Google Massachusetts, the top court, highest court, ballistics opinions, not science. Okay, yeah, and you'll come up with a decision. His name I can't remember right now. All right, his name I cannot remember all right now. And then Alessi, though, I mean the jury's here when Alessi objects, and they go to sidebar. Whether she sends them out, whether she sends them home for the day, probably. Because now they're going to have to figure out whether or not the, well, let's see. We're going back in. I'm hearing things. There we go.
Anyway, jurors, I don't want to stay.
I told you that she was going to bring it back tomorrow.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
Oh.
So,
10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 o'clock tomorrow.
So I guess, Missy, you're hearing that we don't need to go on till 9:50 tomorrow instead of 8:50, but we will be on at 6 p.m. tonight. We're going to portal into the link, but I want to hear if there's anything else in court. I think she said something about we're going to have to deal with this. I thought I heard her say something of that, but I'm sending the jurors home. It's 4 o'clock. It's near 4 o'clock anyhow, something to that effect. I don't know. What did you all hear? Let's see. Let's see if we can hear anything.
I came in early this morning and set up. Welcome. I mean, we don't really.
We heard some things, although she just did a little smile or a wave at somebody. I don't know if that was Miss. Oh, we're sitting down. Okay, let's hear it.
All right.
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right.
Okay,
Yes,
let's hear.
please.
Don't go
All
away.
right,
This
so,
is
Mr.
not
Leslie, I
ended.
will hear you as to your objection.
Please, Alessi, know about the Supreme Judicial Court and the ballistics, and that you can't say you're within scientific certainty if you're not, unless she rules him a scientist now. He's an expert on skull fractures.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead,
Oh.
Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Name that tune.
The point number one is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time with equivalent. So, by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe, and he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision. Putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper, and there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case law, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me, and I have the report of...
Is that a new one, or is that a...
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Welcher talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent, is page 15. There is no...
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2020.
Memory.
It was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right.
All right, so we know we are going to have a sidebar when we start at 9:50 a.m. tomorrow morning, because she's going to go give a ruling. Now, I have no faith her ruling is going to say that we're going to strike his testimony. I have no faith in that, but she may have to give an instruction to the jury. If I'm the defense, I'm also asking for a stronger instruction on the motion to strike, because that was a weak toned instruction that she gave. And also hopefully they'll see the fact that people that practice in Massachusetts will be on them about his whole idea about scientific certainty and whether he can even testify as to that. So he's still got two more areas to go. But I tell you what, I don't think this day ended with a bang for the Commonwealth. I think that we kind of whimpered home with some serious confusion. Now, let me see what you're all thinking before we go and get ready for the Jason Grant. Yes, can't wait for tonight. We can't either, Jason. We are so looking forward to having you on, talking about your own case, and also, following the trial. And also, we're going to be Attorney Tues will be on right after you or with you, if you're willing to stay on for the trial. So we're going to have, shall we say, a fully throated discussion about what happened in the courtroom today and what's going to happen with the First Amendment issue. And we do have, as you know, Justice Serve TV tonight at 6 p.m. the Sidebar. Dr. Priya Banerjee is going to be on. She was in the same office that the defense medical expert forensic pathologist was chief on. That's Dr. Elizabeth Laposado, although their paths never crossed. She came after Dr. Laposado left in 2005, but she's going to be on, and I have a specific 3 questions that she and I will discuss early on. But of course, we're going to start off with a bang. We're going to start off with the roar of the grease paint, the smell of the crowd. That is the blue grease paint that was on the doctor's arm to try to get the jury to begin to believe that the SUV hit John O'Keefe. And they don't really say, they say, I have an opinion it did. Here's the grease paint that I showed you. Here's a study that says people can fall backward and have brain injury. That's consistent with being hit by a car. Okay. That's what they're going to do because they couldn't get their own medical examiner. And apparently, think about this, they couldn't get any forensic pathologists to agree with them. The state, in all their glory, this is the state of Massachusetts, called the Commonwealth, probably searched for a forensic pathologist to agree with them. They couldn't obviously find one, so they have to resort to try to lengthening the testimony of Aperture and Shannon Burgess, okay, and bringing in the brain surgeon, Dr. Wolf, who apparently some people love, but I think the people that love that were already predisposed to convicting that. I think that, and we'll talk about it with Dr. Banerjee, the fact that he has never seen, what he sees is he sees the brains of people that get to the hospital that may have a chance of surviving. And even then, with 25% of his patients or more of them die, right? He doesn't see the people who die, who succumb beforehand, before they ever get treatment. The forensic pathologist sees the people who succumb after they've had treatment and sees the brains of people who die before they get treatment, okay, because they're not eligible for it, because they're dead, okay, all right? So you had to go around that. You had to go around with a brain surgeon who people apparently are buying. I'm not. I practice in forensics. I know this area. I'm married to a forensic pathologist. I learned by osmosis. I was assigned when I was first with the prosecutor's office to what would now be called the crime scene unit. It was then called the evidence unit. My whole DNA as a lawyer is rooted in this stuff, okay? So I don't buy it. I don't buy going around, that you had to go around your people, and then you couldn't find anyone who was board certified forensic pathologist to testify. So we'll talk about that tonight with the grease paint and all, and then we'll talk with Dr. Banerjee, and then we're going to talk with Jason Grant, and we're going to talk with John Tues. It will be a fully throated discussion, all of which you are a part. And then tomorrow morning, we will already morph at 9:50. We're going to portal tonight into our show at 6 p.m. Spread the word. Hit the like. Hit the share. Hit the subscribe for both this show and for the next one, okay? So that you are definitely come on right at 6, because we're gonna be like off like a shot there around. I did post on our X account the name of the case with the ballistics that the Supreme Judicial Court felt that, if somebody gets up and they're really not rooted in science and what their area that they're talking about, or part of the area that they're talking about, that's not your lane, then you can't say scientific certainty. That's a reversible error. And the case is Commonwealth versus Hang, came out in 2005, before we are actually in there. And they said you could only say ballistic certainty, for instance, which is why this witness said engineering certainty and then morphed it to scientific, something that I don't know if the defense has picked up on yet, but I'm sure by tomorrow morning they will. But we're going to pick up on it more later on tonight at 6 p.m. As you know, I'm Linda Kenney Baden. Hit like right now. Subscribe, share, and notify and I will see you along with the rest of the crew at 6 p.m.